Here we are. Here we are.
Here we are. Okay. Oh, I forgot the. I don't have any porn music, but I can play us a little bit of. How about we can feed the ducks? Some StreamYard music.
That's
So I'm
that's
here
even.
with.
Go
Huh?
ahead.
No, I was just gonna say we're here with Anton for our very first. We'll have porn music next week.
I
For
love
our
the
very
title "Feed the
first.
Ducks" because "feed the geese" is like a term for.
Oh, I never heard that one.
I think it's Canadian. I heard it on Trailer Park Boys. I don't know if it's just for that show or if people in Canada say that, but
Oh,
it's a Canadianism. We'll have to ask the Canadian friends we have.
yeah, and they will show up, I'm sure. So what's going on?
So here we are. Here we are. I have a tendency sometimes to go online and look at weird like queer articles, like weird wokeism articles, and just kind of have a laugh to myself at how funny they are. And there was one I came across that like immediately when I saw it, I was like, I have to tell Jeff about this. I think it's hilarious. And I was thinking it would be cool if we would just dedicate like a half hour or an hour to just talking about weird like just weird takes on how racist and how horrible the world is and how transphobic and homophobic the world is according to these people, and we can just kind of go through it and give some commentary on it.
I like that. Let's do it. So this one is on. I skimmed through it, but I didn't fully read it because I wanted to have as raw and fresh of a reaction as I could. But it's race the spanking community and the racism in it.
That's right.
Okay.
um I'm gonna share my screen here if that's okay.
Yeah.
Am I sharing it right now? There we go.
There you are.
So this
And
one is
before we
called.
get into this, what, why are you? How do you find these? Why are you finding these papers? What's drawing you? What perverse curiosity is drawing you
I'll
to
play
find
Mad
these?
Libs with myself, and I'll just put into DuckDuckGo, is X racist or is the X community racist, and I'll come across either blog posts or scholarly papers. The scholarly papers are harder to get into because they cost money. Like it's insane sometimes the stupid papers that you come across. I have a link to a few of them, and one of them costs like $40 for the PDF, and it's just insane to me that someone would charge that much money for their article on how racist the BDSM community can be. And this one is on WordPress, which is a popular blog website, and I just think it's so hilarious. So maybe we should talk briefly about because you are like currently in the BDSM community, what for whatever that's worth.
I'm currently in my bedroom. I'm not really part of a community at all. I am a sadomasochist. I That is my dating pool and my sexual community if I have one. I did go to a picnic a few months ago with a local BDSM group. That was my first contact with the actual community in years. It was very woke, very female heavy, female oriented.
Yeah.
Um, so yes, I do consider myself part of that community, but I don't actually have a community right now that I am part of.
Yeah, I would say kind of the same thing. Not currently, but years ago, um, my ex and I would like host BDSM parties once in a while, and
Oh,
there was there's a club in downtown Minneapolis called Ground Zero, and usually on Saturday nights it was called like BDSM a go go or something like that. I can't remember what it was called, but you walk in and there's the bar and then there's the dance floor and then there's this back room that's kind of set up like a church. It's got church pews and it's kind of set up like that. And up on stage there's usually a dominatrix of some kind that you pay. Like anyone can go in there and you pay them like I think it was like 20 or $40, I can't remember. and they would have a brief discussion with you, like, what would you prefer I do, like tie you up or just like bend you over the bench, or whatever, and like what's your pain tolerance level. So like I wasn't really going to like conventions or anything like that, because I know that there are BDSM conventions. I'd never gone to any of that, but um there was some like involvement with BDSM like people and socializing with them. uh Translate that however you would want to, but not anymore.
Oh, good.
So it's kind of strange for me on the outside looking in, like coming back into it, like going back to that um, ground zero bar with some of my friends. When we went out clubbing, we went there, and it's just kind of weird because like now there's this woman walking around who's clearly a woman, but she's a they them and doesn't like being called like ma'am or lady or she or her, anything like that. She has to go by they them and stuff. And so when I saw that, I was like, oh god. So there's even like, it's not surprising, but there's people in the BDSM community who are woke as fuck.
Yeah, I've watched it. Seattle has a big BDSM organization. They used to have like an entire private building for it, but they lost the building, and now it's just kind of a network that meets in private homes. But they had a huge. I used to do their philosophy for them. I got roped into doing weekly philosophy discussions, and
Pun
so I met a
intended.
lot of the BDSM people through there, and I watched it get woke over the. I was only involved for a few years with the Seattle one, but even because Seattle itself is kind of ground zero for that kind of stuff in the first place, especially with consent culture. That seemed to be the doorway that all of the woke stuff was coming through.
And that makes sense.
Being from the my BDSM was the gay leather culture, like in the 80s and 90s, and it was strictly male. It was it's leather bars. They're dark. They have the little back rooms you could go in if you want to, which I never did. And you're on your own. Like you are in charge of your own experience. There's nobody babysitting you. There's no community policing each other and looking out. It's you go in there, you take your risk, you take your chances. It was very masculinized. Sometimes you could get aggressive, and that was all part of the scene. And I watched consent culture come in, and now, you had this community and or third party inserting itself and mediating the experience that used to be just between the two guys or however many guys were involved in the club. And now you have communities policing people's actions and words, and are you practicing consent? And it got infantilized, it got feminized, and we've lost our leather bars now because they're not even male spaces anymore. And so I watched that happen in the gay community years ago, and then I watched it happen in the Seattle community very recently, like the last 4 or 5 years.
So I think I know what you mean by consent culture, but like how would you define that? Like what do you mean when you talk about that?
It's something that comes from women, I guarantee, because it was not part of the gay leather culture at all. But everything is consent. You have to get consent to touch someone. You have to get consent to talk to someone. You have to get consent to ask for someone's number, to ask someone, like anything that they can impose consent on, they will. And then they have like and they give classes, like you can take consent workshops and classes, so all about consent. So there's enough material to fill an entire class. And once you introduce that consent mentality into people, then they find reasons to start finding violations of consent everywhere. When you approach that woman, was it consensual? Like it, just walking across a room toward a woman, did she consent to have you approach her? And so they expand what falls under the need for consent into ridiculous things.
I can't remember if it was the headquarters of Netflix or Google, but they had like a 5 second eye contact limit between coworkers. I think it was like 10 seconds or 5 seconds was the max, and if you went beyond that, it could be considered like harassment or like sexual harassment, like staring at someone too
Kidding
much.
me? Did they
And
have
like that,
people timing, or the coworkers themselves would
see
police each
that's
other?
that's what I don't know is I think it's just like there was a rule that they put forth, like a policy, like a 5-second limit. And so if you were making eye contact with someone, you could only do it for like a little bit, like just really quick to talk to them. Now, I don't know if that was actually enforced, but that was on their policy. Like in their
Don't tell me how
policy, that's
long I
on the
can
league.
make eye contact. I'm
Yeah.
an adult. Like adults can determine that for themselves.
Yep. And it is that paranoia that there is sexual harassment and there's horrible
Yeah.
things happening all around you all the time. And what you're talking about with consent culture, it isn't to say that you don't need consent for anything and you can do whatever you want. That's not what you're saying. What you're saying is it kind of takes the fun out of approaching someone in a bar and getting to know them and like trying to either hook up with them or just have a good time. If you have to be worried about stepping on eggshells all the time because it has to be consensual, people have to consent to it, and it treats everyone as if they're fragile, that like the tiniest little thing could set them off.
Sex to me, especially BDSM and kink sex, has always been something between adults. Where are the adults in that kind of collectivist situation? Like when do two adults ever just get to be adults and do their thing and determine it for themselves? So anytime you introduce that collectivist component, the autonomous adulthood is where the price is paid.
And that's just crazy.
If I saw two people, I don't go interfere with adults talk. And I think the reason for it in the first place was that women were getting in dangerous situations with dangerous men, and they can't say no.
Yep.
They don't know how to say no. So instead of teaching the women how to set boundaries, they teach the community how to look out for these fragile, like you said, fragile women that can't say no. And the community has to change and adjust itself to compensate for their inability to set their own boundaries.
Yep. And it is the collectivist approach rather than the individualist approach.
Yeah. And now it's racist as well. On top of that, we find out.
And now it is racist, thanks to this this post on WordPress.com, which I should just say up front is, you know, it's a blog, so whatever. I'm all about punching up. I don't want to punch down, and it's easy to punch up when you only have 17 subscribers. So challenges of being a black spanky, the reddened bottom. I just think this is hilarious. I'm going to start reading, and you just stop me if you ever want to say something. For those of you who have met me, for those of you who don't know me, my pictures may suggest what I like and look like, but do not.
Oh, I wish we had pictures.
Yeah, see, I wonder.
Here, keep reading, and I will. You want to put the link for that in the chat, maybe, so other people can refer to it, and then I'll browse the blog and see if I can find pictures of her. Yeah, it's a black woman, right? Or identifies as.
Do I do it in the private chat or the
black
comments?
Identifies as a woman, or are they identifying as black as well? Spankopy.
Say that again.
Oh, can you put in the private chat too? For some reason, I can't click the links when they're in the public. Or, you know, I have it on Discord. Never mind.
There we go.
Okay. All right. I'll try to find pictures and then go ahead with her story.
So this was written in the 11th of June, 2020. So keep that in mind. In light of recent events of the BLM movement, but also by having an open and in-depth conversation with my sister and dear best friend, Tiroa, I might have butchered that, about some of the challenges and insecurities us women with certain features face today. I often do not voice my opinions unless I feel it deeply concerns me, but also because I am an introverted individual and somewhat of a private person. This is my time to voice and express myself. Let us start off with a questionable thought. Why do we need to use the term red bottom? I mean, it's so funny to me because that's not the only term that you would use in a situation like that.
I never hear that term. Like, who is she hanging around that's the term that she hears all the time? She probably heard it once and saw an opportunity to play the race card.
Which is typical of that kind of approach to stuff like this. You hear it one time and then you say, oh, the entire community is like this. I am a spanky. I am a woman. I am black. Being a black spankee within a predominantly white spanko fet community has its challenges, and you may not be aware, but I am aware. In fact, I am very aware,
Be woke.
conscious, high, highly vigilant, and unapologetically observant. We are not going to get into the specifics of why. Should I zoom in on this? Maybe it's a little small.
Sure. Yes.
We are not going to get into the specifics of why there are not many spankies in the community, or where are they all, or where are they all hiding. That's a
No,
bad
we are
sentence.
not.
No, we are not. I am here to inform of the many struggles I and perhaps others may face being a black spanky in the community. Throughout my spanking journey, and over the last year especially, it has occurred to me that there is this idealistic description and image of that is seen as a traditional spanky. No, there
No,
isn't.
there's not.
No, there's not.
Okay, I want to interject right here. Just as I am not a spanky myself. That's not my kink or fetish. I know people that are. When I first moved to Vegas, I moved in with this guy that I met in the AOL dungeon rooms. He was a spanker. He was worldwide. He was a black guy. He used to be a corrections officer, and his hobby was spanking guys. And they would fly in from all over the country, all over the world. He had, what are those wooden things that you use for construction, like horses or work horses or something? He had those all around his house with cuffs and stuff. He could tie people. He had a whole wall. The room he brought me to, like, this is going to be your room, had a like corkboard wall with all of these spanking instruments hanging off of it. And I would be in the room on the computer reading the book, and I'd just hear screams coming from his bedroom of these guys that were getting spanked. Like, it was a wild place, and he was black, and some of the people that came to spank is black. So it's not the spanking community. The little window I've had into it, it was very diverse. It was not predominantly white. I never heard the word red bottom a single time. None of them. I think every one of them would have laughed at this article, including the black guy.
Yep. And there's always this talk of something being the ideal something. And when we're talking about something sexual, like, I refuse to believe that the more someone tells me this type of person is attractive, the more I will be attracted to them. I'm attracted to what I'm attracted to, and for the most part, it's static. Like, it's just been that way my whole life, and it's going to remain that way. Although I should say the one thing that has changed is I'm no longer attracted to eighth graders. You know, when I was in eighth grade, I was attracted to eighth graders. I'm not
Oh, right, because
anymore.
they were your same age peers.
Right. So that much has changed, but like, to me, it people act as if, and maybe this is like a bigger conversation to get into, but when we talk about like someone getting fetishized or someone getting sexualized, it's almost as if people are talking like the more we put them out into the open scantily clad, the more people are sexually attracted to them. It's like, no, we're sexually attracted to them, therefore they go out in therefore they go out in like bikinis and scantily they go out scantily clad. I don't know why I'm stuck on that phrase, but it's I don't believe that someone can change. It's like conversion therapy. No one
Yeah.
can change what I'm attracted to just by telling me over and over again, like in some Orwellian fashion.
And it's different for everyone, like, especially in the kink community. Like, the attractions can range widely. There's not. I think it's interesting that it has occurred to her. So it's not anything external that happened or someone told. She's just imagining in her head that this idealistic description of the traditional spanky. So that's coming from inside of her and her imagination.
Yep. It's all that projection. By this, here, I'm going to find my mouse here. There we go. By this, I mean referring to the good old-fashioned days where domestic discipline and school corporal punishment were the norm. Should we bring back school corporal punishment,
What?
Jeff?
No, I don't think we should. What days were the? I got paddled in like first or second grade. One. That's the only time I've ever. Actually, my sixth grade teacher hit me on the hand with a ruler. But that hasn't been the norm for probably even when I was in high school and junior high, they had quit spanking by then. So 80s. Like, I don't know. Either she's getting this from kink fantasy books, or I don't know how old she is, but this has not been a norm that I've known most of my life, other than when I was really young.
Yeah, it's so like parallel to the classic like Marxist language. And I'm not saying this person is a Marxist. I think they just picked up this form of language from the people around them, or just from reading other things that they agree with, and they just kind of adopt it. But
Domestic discipline, is that like where the husbands spank their wives or something? Or
yeah, John Wayne style. We know of ancient books, old comics, and some aged videos that are predominantly with spankies who are white, often who are women, over a man's knee, getting some form of correction for misdemeanors beyond that requires just a simple telling off. Within these images, you would always see a small, perhaps thinly shaped young white woman, long hair, small waist, who has a cute red bottom. This is where my problems begin.
I wish we had some of these images. I mean, I've never seen. So, like
Yeah, like I want to know what she's talking about.
her ideal is coming from me. It's not just her imagination. It's coming from whatever ancient media she's looking after. That like,
I really want to know why she used the term ancient books. Because like if we know of ancient books that have predominantly spankies who are white, what ancient books have that in there? What are you talking about?
and how ancient is ancient? Because the Greeks were not white. You talking about the Middle Ages? Is she talking about the 1950s? What's ancient to her?
Yeah, maybe she's like 22 years old. So like the 60s are like
Some
ancient to
aged
her.
videos. Well, those could only be a few decades old.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if she
So
means
she's
like
she's exposed herself to a certain set of media where the Spankies are white women. Maybe black people are just not into getting spanked. That like I don't know.
I don't know, man. She asks the important question, why do we need to use the term red bottom? This automatically discriminates against spankies who cannot produce a red bottom after being soundly spanked.
I
In
get
a
the
world
feeling this article is not based on any actual experience she's had. It's based on her being in her head about this.
that's what I would diagnose it to. It's 100% just in her head. Like I don't understand that she could possibly be, or at least I don't buy into the idea that she could be surrounded by people who are talking about the ideal white woman with a red bottom and like rolling their eyes at the black woman because she can't produce the ideal red bottom. Like I don't believe that's happening.
How would that phrase work? Like, come over here and let me give you a red bottom, young lady, or I'm gonna spank your bottom red. Like, I'm trying to imagine the dialogue, and then if you were black, would someone just adjust to that? Would they say, "Come over here and let me spank you," and just leave out the red bottom? Or
Yeah, I would guess they would use like sore bottom
the
or
whole thing seems so silly. Like, did she have an actual experience where somebody tried to spank her, used the phrase red bottom, noticed that her bottom couldn't get red, and then had some kind of reaction to that?
yeah, I bet you that something like that happened. Like she was in a situation with someone where they just made some offhand comment offhand some offhand comment like, oh man, we've been going at this for about 20 minutes and you don't have a speck of red on you, or something like that. Like just some really stupid comment or something
I can't
that
get your bottom red. How
and
hard I try.
and then
What's
for
wrong with you?
the next week she listened to Alanis Morissette and was traumatized and just was, crying in her bed thinking about how racist the entire community is because one person said some stupid comment that wasn't even racist. I don't know. It I wonder what inspires these people, and I want to watch like interviews with them and how they got their ideas and stuff, because it just sounds like paranoia.
I want her to come on the show.
In a world and country Where we are more diverse than ever, many people still have their idealistic version of what the perfect spanky looks like. That is white, thin, small, young, and in some cases the gender of a woman. Nope. I'm sorry. Nope. So I would guarantee you that the majority of the Spanko community prefers plumper women. They they don't like the stick thin small women. I mean, there's something to be said. There was a documentary I watched, and it was actually made by not Rashida Jones. Maybe it was Rashida Jones, but she was in Parks and Rec, and she made a documentary um, examining the lives of these 18-year-old women who left home to go and join like a porn house or whatever. Like lived in this house with this guy who was basically their landlord and their boss, and there's like four other women in the house. And in the documentary, they talked about how the highest searched porn category was teen. And to me, it was kind of like unsurprising, but it was also kind of unsettling. Like, what are we talking about when we're talking about a teen? Are you just talking about a young woman, or are you talking about like a petite woman that looks like she's in high school? Because you could have like a 24-year-old woman who's petite and she looks like she's 16, and to me that's kind of weird. But I don't think that the majority of the spanking community is into thin, small women, because one of the things they talk about the most is how much a butt bounces when it's happening, and how plump a woman is and how good they look in that case. So I don't buy her idea that the ideal perfect spanky is thin and small. I don't buy it.
I don't think like who cares what the ideal is? She should be worried about her ideal and the ideal of her partners.
That's the most important thing to say. Even if there is an ideal that society sets, it has nothing to do with you and what you want,
Right.
and it doesn't stop you. Like, if the ultimate Sports Illustrated woman is like 90 pounds and 5'2", that doesn't stop me at all from dating a woman who's 5'10" and 180 pounds. That doesn't stop me at all if that's what I'm into. I don't understand why people get so hung up on the societal ideal, you know.
Maybe it feels like it diminishes their chances to find a partner or something. Like not everyone's into the Sports Illustrated 5'2" model, so she needs to find someone that's into her body type. This showed up in the gay community a lot, where a lot of black people felt like they didn't have a lot of dating options because they were black. And I know gay people, very attractive white guys that only date black guys. That's the only preference they have. So I know that there are people in the gay community whose type they are. Just find those guys.
But you know what they would call that, which is really funny, because if you say
Racist.
that I'm only into white, yeah, right, it would be like fetishizing them. Like, isn't it like fetishizing the savage or some shit like
You
that?
know who the people that called it that were the people who that wasn't their preference to begin with, the onlookers. The people that were very happy to have someone attracted to them didn't ruin it by saying, "Oh, you're fetishizing me."
That's always kind of what I thought, is like, man, are my standards like really low? If I found out that someone was like sexually attracted to me in like a fetishy kind of way, I would be very complimented and like, really, you're like into me that way? Like, for someone to be, there's there's a joke going on in like the LGB like community that's kind of anti Q, where a trans person will be really mad that people aren't open-minded enough to date trans people. You need to be open-minded. You need to not be obsessed about genitalia, blah blah blah. But then they'll also complain about trans people being a fetish to someone. And like, you're only dating me because you have a fetish for trans people. It's like, well, what do you want? Like, these are the people who are more than willing to date you and have a sexual attraction to you.
Yeah.
It's strange.
You can't win either way. I don't even worry about it. Like why are you worried about who I'm attracted to or who I want to date? Worry about your own attraction.
Mm-hmm. I am conscious that I do not fit this image, and mostly that because I am a black young woman. I
I'm sure
get
the young.
messages. It's a weird sentence. I am conscious that I do not fit this image, and mostly that because I am a black young woman. I get messages occasionally by men who would like to redden my bottom or make my bottom go bright pink. I get these a lot.
I don't believe her. I don't believe men approach her and talk like that,
They,
especially if they
they
know she's black.
yeah, like it's just like not putting thought into it if they are actually talking to her that way, if they are sending messages like that. A typical bottom that goes red after a spanking is those mostly of a white race. I understand that one of the thrills and likes of a spanker is seeing the glow of a well spanked bottom, but what does this glow mean? Red, pink, purple? Automatically, this singles me out. My bottom does not glow, redden, nor does it go pink after a spanking. You will be lucky to see a darkish maroon purplish color, but mostly when I'm bruised. Most of the time, my skin color goes darker, usually with a hand spanking. When I'm strapped, tossed, belted, or caned quite hard, my bottom shows white marks. I have been asked several times about this by some uneducated, unaware people, or simply by people who have not had the fortunate experience of connecting with a black spanky or indeed being able to spank them.
Do we have any spankers in the audience that might want to come on after this? I'm interested in go back up to that first paragraph. I mean the yeah. Oh no, the one before that. I understand that one of the thrills and likes of a spanker is seeing the glow of a well spanked bottom. I'm interested if that's like, is it the red or is it specifically the color red that turns you on that you're going after, or is she making shit up here?
Yeah, I mean, you would think that it's just the marks.
Right. I
Like,
think there's more to the dynamic of spanking than just bringing out the color red at somebody's butt.
yeah, dude, I don't think that um she's articulating this correctly. I think that she's stuck in her head and she's projecting it outward. I think that a spanker is into the marks that is left behind and not the color of the marks. Like if you're going in for like a gentler kind of maintenance spanking, that's going to just be like a little bit of splotching like red and pink and stuff like that. But if you're going for something harder and you're using like implements, that's going to be the bruising. It might be bloody if you cut the skin, but it's more like the marks that you leave behind, and it's not the certain color of the thing.
That makes sense to me. I spank the shit out of my wife. Okay, well, Joshua, you can come on it. Maybe
That
I spank the wife.
Jesus Christ.
That is not my impression from talking to you. That you're the one doing the spanking or the beating. But we'll talk about it after this is over.
I love this opening sentence. My non-red bottom does not always appeal to some spankers out there.
So it's
Right?
not going to
Like you're not going to appeal to everyone. What's the big
Right.
deal?
I wonder if she got rejected by one person for not being able to produce a red bottom, and then that gave her a complex.
And went full Severus Snape on the world. It disturbingly seems like I am not a fit to some events out there, some groups out there, and some
You're
individuals out
not,
there.
because nobody is.
Yeah. There's always going to be individuals who don't accept you. If only these people's parents would get that into their head, like, you're not going to make everyone happy. There's always going to be people out there who just have a vendetta against you or don't want to be friends with you. There's always going to be people like that. You have to accept it and move on.
Yeah, and nobody's gonna fit into every group. Like even these people that she thinks fits into all these, I can find groups that they're not gonna fit into either.
Mm-hmm. Especially when it comes to something sexual. If I'm not into it, I'm not into it. Like, that should be it. If someone isn't into a white person or an Asian person or a black person or a man or a woman or a trans person, whatever it is, if you say, no, I'm sorry, I'm not into that, especially if it's an action, for the love of God, then they don't have to do it, and you shouldn't take that personally. And if they're
Right. They
not
really know
attracted
how
to
to
you just
ruin
as a
hedonism.
person, I don't know. The sad reality is that they have not yet to connect with me personally to find out who I truly am. Rather, they look at my images and see that my bottom doesn't give them the same experiences of a white girl. This is projection. You have
That's kind
no
of what a
idea.
fetish is. It's not about some interconnection.
Yeah, I mean, if she wants like an intimate relationship with the fetish included. But yeah, if you're just going to a party to get into the fetish with someone, it doesn't matter who you are personally. You might make a little bit of light conversation beforehand so you can kind of ease the experience, like segue into it. But you're not having a whole goddamn like 2 hour coffee date, sit down, get to know you when you're at a fetish event. You're pretty much getting into it after a 5 minute conversation. And right away, the woman is going to tell you, no, I'm not into this, or no, thank you, I'm going to play with someone else.
Yeah, especially if this is happening at a party, like a play party. I don't know what the context for all this is, but it sounds like it's events within the spanking community.
Yep. And I haven't gone to a professional, like organized one, but like I said, an ex of mine and I used to host parties like that. And we actually had a lot of people, only like a handful of regulars, but we did have a lot of people at a couple of them. And it was pretty crazy that it even happened in the first place. But um, we would run into situations like this where there's a guy who's trying to get with a woman and she's not into it, and he's coming on to her pretty strongly, and my ex would usually be the person who would come in and say like, hey, let's go, like let's step outside, like this is fine, like let's just go out to the roof, or let's go over here, like this isn't happening what you're trying to make happen. So there are situations where people are not into it, and you just have to accept it, and if you don't accept it, you're the problem. And so for this woman to get upset that there are some people who don't want to do stuff with her for whatever reason, I still think that she's projecting it onto people, but she's
And
projecting that they're racist.
there's also that sense of entitlement that comes from that I noticed on the left, like being entitled to be treated a certain way, seen a certain way, called a certain way, not to ever experience offense or unpleasant emotions. She seems entitled to people finding her attractive, being into her. I never felt entitled to any one person wanting me as a sexual partner. Like kink is all about exploring and finding the people that do match what you're looking for. They may or may not be out there in any single given night or location. But I never felt like the fetish community owed me a partner to act out my fetish with.
Right. Well, you seem like a reasonable person, Jeff, so that's probably why. When truly the ideal spanking session is based on the connections you make, the personalities you explore, and the non-discrimination on silly generalizations that all spankies can have a reddened bottom. No,
What is that?
not at all, and certainly not mine. Again,
Wait,
I
what the hell does that mean? The truly ideal spank. First of all, there's no one truly ideal spanking session. It's going to vary with each individual participant. So
yep,
she's generalizing based on the connections you make. Not necessarily, unless you're talking about like the superficial physical connections you might make at a party. You don't have to have some deep connection to be spanked or get spanked by someone. The personalities she's taking it into this real internal subjective level that is not a necessary component of this fetish. And the non-discrimination on silly generalizations that all spankies can have a written. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know if that sentence grammatically tracks.
no, it didn't seem that way. There's a few sentences in here that were just hard to read. When truly the ideal session is based on the connections you make, the personalities you explore, non-discrimination on silly generations at all. So yeah, it's like an incomplete sentence. When the ideal spanking session is based on this, then the sentence ends.
Nobody is doing, like, when you're at a party or in a spanking scene, nobody's thinking about non-discriminations of silly generalizations nobody's thinking this. They're thinking about the person in front of them and how they want to erotically experience that person.
And let's just say they are. You dodged a bullet. Why change them? Like, why force them to change? Like, let's just say that you did run into old MAGA hat racist guy who doesn't want to spank you because you're black. Find someone else.
Yes, exactly. That's yes.
I don't get it. Let's see. Where the hell did my mouse go? I got these
This
two
this kind of
monitors.
has a hint of kink shame. Like, if she can't find a partner, then she tries to somehow shame everybody else's kink or preference.
Yep. This is her diary from like 9th grade when she used to go into her diary when someone rejected her, and now she goes on WordPress and writes a whole BLM article. Again, I ask, why do we need to use the term red bottom? No one said we need to. It's starting out with that premise. Like, why do we need to use this term? No one
But
said we had
see
to.
how, like, her first strategy in alleviating the situation for herself is to take control of the language that people use,
Because we
and
speak
start
the
to
world into existence.
determine language for everybody else, and police language, and encourage the language use that she wants to see out there. People have said before that the culture wars are language wars, and her first maneuver is to start going after language.
Yep. 100%, because they believe that we can speak the world into existence, and it all starts with language, rather than the idea that the phenomena is out there and we use words to describe it. They think that there's no way we can understand that phenomena, and the true power lies in the words that we use.
And even if she could get people to stop using the word red button, that's not going to change a single thing inside of them. That's not going to increase her ratio of partners or anything. All it's going to do is suppress. They're going to suppress the term red bottom in her presence, probably out of just not wanting to get hassled by her, not
Mm-hmm.
even out of respect. But she's not changing a single thing if
He's
she
not going to.
accomplishes this.
Yeah, if even if she enforced it, there's no way that it would change anything in that person. It just changes the words that they use. It's like using a minor attracted person instead of pedophile, because it's all the same. You If I use that different word, I'm describing the same phenomena. And I mean, maybe it's not the same situation because you're talking about using a different term that's like more inclusive or whatever, but I don't get it. Why do we need to use the term red bottom? This automatically discriminates against spankies who cannot produce a red bottom after being soundly spanked. That was the sentence where I was like, I have to tell Jeff about this. Who cannot produce a red bottom after being soundly spanked. But why not use the term hot bottom or sore bottom? That sounds very inclusive to me, don't you think?
Kink is not the play. People's priority in a kink scene is not inclusivity.
Yeah, I don't need to, like, if I'm a heterosexual man, I don't need to include gay men in my room. If I am a gay guy, I don't need to include women in my room. Like, being more inclusive, like, let's just say someone is into race play and I'm a white guy and I'm into race play and I'm not attracted to white women. I don't need to be inclusive to white women to get them in my bedroom. If I'm
Exactly.
sexually into black women, that's it. And if I find black women who aren't into white men, I can't throw a hissy fit about that. As soon as I find a black woman who's into me and I'm into her, bing bada boom. That's it.
The only person I have to include is my partner, the person involved in the scene, or however many people. That's it. She's importing a value into kink that's not part of the kink scene.
As if it isn't already incredibly inclusive. Like, one of the big jokes about porn is like, dude, no matter like how tough you have, like what am I trying to say? if you think you're unattractive, if you think that you're a person who's having trouble like getting a date, just remember there's always someone who will masturbate to you. And like there's all sorts of categories on like porn websites and stuff for like little people. I don't know what the PC term is. I want to use the PC term, but like I know it's the talk about fetishizing people, but if you're talking about like being inclusive, what is more inclusive than the sexual community, like the porn community? But you're not going to be attractive to every single person.
Yeah, exactly.
Usually at events, small gatherings where spanking is involved, I am different. People may not approach me at an event or as an individual because by my bottom does not redden like what they know or are used to. Such
Okay, now
bullshit,
we're at the
dude.
heart of it.
What's that?
I said, now we're at the heart of it. Because she's not being approached, she's connecting it. She's making the assumption that it's because they want people whose bottoms can turn red and they see that she's black and they know her bottom's not going to be red. So she thinks the fetish is seeing a red bottom. And
Yep.
she's using the fact that she's not approached to justify that.
And isn't this how they said that these papers are written in the first place? Is you start out with your conclusion and then you work outward from there.
She's mythologizing. There's an actual experience of not being approached, and she's coming up with the reasons why that might be. But she's doing it all in her head. She's not interested in fact checking, reality testing, any of it. I'm not being approached. Oh, it must be because I'm black, of course. And it must be because my blackness keeps my bottom from being red and they want red. So that's her like chain of thinking that she generated in her head based on her own like I don't know what it's based on. Do
Her
black
lived
people just automatically
experience.
assume if they don't get the result they want, it's because of their race?
Yeah, I don't know, because it's like if a white person doesn't get a job and a black person doesn't get the job, the white person usually assumes, well, I probably wasn't a good fit or I wasn't qualified or maybe they found something better. But the black person has this option to think, oh, they didn't hire me because they're racist. So if I'm white and I go to a party, a sex party, and someone doesn't want to do anything with me, I think, well, maybe they're not attracted to me, or maybe I'm not attractive. Maybe I need to work on myself, shave or lose some weight, that kind of thing. But if she doesn't get picked up at a party as a black woman, my goodness, the whole room must be racist.
Which sounds racist to me on her part.
Yeah. I sometimes feel some people are intrigued by my bottom because they have never seen a black bottom being spanked before. But it is the same as spanking any other bottom, with the only exception that my skin tone goes darker or turns white.
Well, if they're intrigued because they've never seen a black bottom before, then she should be getting approached more than she says she is. Like, that would be her in. Leverage that.
People aren't approaching me because they're racist, and the people who are approaching me are racist. Fucking kills me. For those in the community who have met me, would describe me as fun, cheeky, naughty, and playful. But those who have had conversations with me would know that I go beyond this perception and have more to me than what is shown through my images or even my profile. That's everyone, babe.
That's true. I was about to say that's true for every person.
That's literally everyone.
And usually at a play party, that's not even the setting that this would even happen in.
My gratitude. I don't remember this part. Despite being a black spanky, I do feel I have made good friends in the community who indeed understand that a spanking is a spanking no matter the color of your skin, and there are people who do see me as just and only a fellow spanky. I am also grateful For the what was that?
Most probably.
Yep. I also am grateful for those who look out for me, as there sadly has been some racially inappropriate comments to my pictures. And I am appreciative and grateful for all the positive compliments I have received on my bottom.
There you go. What is she complaining about if she's getting positive? That's going to happen on anybody's like I'm not. I don't know what the comments were. I'm not saying it didn't happen. Like I imagine, yes, she maybe have gotten some occasional racist comments on her profile because that does happen.
Yeah.
But she's getting positive compliments too.
And she has friends, and they're friends of all sorts who see her personally and as a fellow spanker and stuff, or spanky.
I think
What
that's what they do. They magnify. There's like these little remnants of racism still around in some people occasionally here, but it gets magnified into
do
this
you know what?
collective problem that all white people have.
And you know what I kind of think it is, and this is like me being an armchair psychoanalyst. I think it's like a messianic kind of thing. It's like a mission in your life where you look up to these people like Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks growing up. And I'm not saying all black parents say this, but there are black parents who tell their child, you're living in a country that is against your existence and you are in danger every single day, and we have to fight this system. And so you look back on like the movement in the 60s, the civil rights movement, and then you fast forward to now where you and I would probably say accurately that a lot of the racist problems in this country, like slavery, Jim Crow laws, they've all been solved. And so the only racism that's left for the most part, I would say, if any, is in individuals.
Yeah,
And so for the most part, there's been a lot of progress, and there isn't a whole lot of work left to do. I'm not saying there's none, but there isn't a whole lot left to do. And that's why these people are like hyper focusing on this thing, because it's like, I must be a hero. I must be someone who changes and transforms stuff, but they're not living in a time where racism is all around them and they're constantly being oppressed and they're constantly being put to the back of the bus, that kind of a thing. So they're looking for any little bit of, like you said, a remnant of racism, just so they can hyper focus on it and be like, yeah, there it is, the racism, there it is, and I'm going to fight against it.
for whatever reason, she can't accept integration, and this is happening in the gay community too, with the queers, mostly the queer side of it. Gay marriage was the door to integration. Homosexuals, gay men, lesbians can now integrate into America almost effortlessly. This is an opportunity to do that. But the queer people find reasons not to, and it's still not, it's like Goldilocks. It's still not quite comfortable enough for them to join the rest of society and integrate. They still have these little beefs with, like, these little micro grievances about why they can't fully integrate into society yet. She could easily embrace this spanking community that seems to like her and accept her and stand up for her and integrate into a larger community. But she's finding all these little reasons why she still can't. Society's still not perfect enough for her to be able to integrate.
Yep.
And so I guess it's what requirements you have before you can embrace a larger group than your identity, maybe, and how reasonable those are and when do those get met. And for me, like, even before gay marriage, I had plenty of support as a gay person. I felt part of society, and then marriage kind of put the final seal on that, and there was no reason to not integrate. I felt fully integrated at that point, and the support for marriage and gay relationship has gone up since then, even among Republicans, even among religious people. So why would I not see that as progress and as an opportunity? Like, that it was the goal all along. And now I have it. I have it more than I've ever had it before. So why would I not be grateful and embrace that? And the same, like you just said, with racism. They've made more progress than you could ever have imagined in the 60s, to the point that there's almost zero barriers from keeping anyone from integrating into larger mainstream society. accept what's in her head.
Yep. That's the only barrier left is
Her idealism, because she's looking for a more perfect form of racism, like a racism free culture that actually exists. But I think what exists is more than enough to accept and integrate into. And why it is for some people and not for others is, I think, why some people end up buying into the narrative from the left, and why some people end up being glad to be part of larger American society or whatever country.
sure. All right. Almost done here. Let's see. This is not an attack. This is to simply open up and inform you that yes, I am a black woman. And yes, although I may not fit what some people may see as the perfect spanky, I am still a person, a woman, a spanky, and a member of your community. See me for what I am, for my personality, for my charm, for my cheekiness, for my intelligence, and allow me to express my
Who's
feelings.
stopping her?
No
And
one
you
is.
can't control how somebody sees you. So, but she can express her feelings, I'm sure.
And you know what pisses me off about this is that there's going to be tons of white people who will hear her say this and be like, "Yes, you're right. We need to work on this and we need to make it more inclusive for you and there are plenty of sins we have and you need to be allowed to express your feelings." And it's just like, who said she wasn't allowed to express her feelings? Like, no one's stopping her right now.
She didn't describe any account where somebody told her not to. She described other things she encountered, but I didn't hear anything about her not being allowed to express her feelings. So much of this is subjective.
Mhm. Never look at me and see me as a person of color.
What?
I
That's what
thought col-
colorblindness
I
is. That's supposed to be
that
a bad thing.
I thought colorblind was wrong. Yeah.
I know.
See, that I think that validates my instinct that she's not actually like educated on this kind of thing. She just hears a bunch of talk around her and she kind of like adopts the language. But yeah, never look at me and see me as a person of color. No, that shit's outdated. I need to see you as a person of color, or else I won't be aware of my own privilege and the oppression that you're living every day.
Don't see her as a person of color, but embrace her difference, which is her color.
Yep.
She's spent the whole essay telling us that her difference is her color, but don't see her as a person of color, but do embrace her color.
I'm so confused. Don't be scared, don't be shy, and don't hide away because difference is exciting. Difference is educational, and difference certainly is worth
Yeah,
exploring.
absolutely. I'm not scared. I'm not shy. I'm not going to hide away. And difference is all of that, but not in a sexual context where people already know what they like. They're
Yep.
not looking to. If you're exploring sexual differences, you're doing it in your own way, at your own pace, with your own people, whatever you like. It's nothing you can demand of other people.
As soon as I read that, difference certainly is worth exploring. It's like, stop rejecting me. Let's not assume all bottoms can be made to go red. It
I
is
don't think
taking the PIS away from reality? Taking the piss?
what is that? I don't know.
Why did she capitalize taking the
It's
and
not a
then why
phrase
is
I'm familiar with.
yeah, because
Maybe it's
I've
some woke jargon that we don't know about.
yeah, man. Let's not assume all bottoms can be made to go red. It does not represent diversity, inclusiveness, and certainly is not a true picture of reality.
Yeah, but
Ah.
it's she's asking something of this context that it's not even there to provide. She's taking a social or cultural idea and applying it to a very specific context.
Just funny, man. It's funny as hell.
I really do wish I had her to talk to, because I do have some empathy and sympathy for some of it. I would just frame it a little differently and maybe try to get her to see where I'm coming from on this. I mean, I feel
No,
bad she's not finding the partner she wants, but then it sounds like she kind of is at the same time, because they are intrigued by her blackness, her black bottom.
Oh, now I'm looking at her. Maybe I should share this. Let's see. Sorry, hang on. Think I'm sharing it.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot I had to add it.
So now I'm on her
Oh, Miss
about.
12.
I am known as Miss 12. I don't know what that is. Maybe she's got Twitter or something.
Oh, I want to see.
More info.
Oh, is that going to get my stream taken away?
Maybe not.
She probably is an OnlyFans. Being a Miss 12. Miss 12. I don't see her on Twitter.
Contact. Yeah, no pictures or anything. Well. Oh, and she just
Something about BLM.
Where is that? Oh.
Supporting your fellow black and ethnic minorities in the community. Oh, George Floyd. A racism pandemic spiraled up once again from the recent killing of. Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah, this is more from her.
This goes way beyond just not finding a spanking partner.
Yep.
Although she needs to be spanked. I hope she does find one.
Yeah, I hope she finds an outlet. So that's that I had to just share with you.
And this is an example of social justice making its way into the kink community, alternative sexual communities, adult sexual communities, LGBT. We're going to look at all of that as this goes on. So this is like the communities definitely are changing. We talked about the consent culture earlier. There used to be something called RAC. Yeah, RAC culture, which is risk aware consensual kink, which is more like the culture I came from and the cultures the Leatherbar used, where each adult was responsible for being aware of their own risk and taking their own precautions. And then it moved to something called safe, sane, consensual, SNC. And that's where consent culture came on. That adults weren't adult enough, I guess, to become aware of the risk and take responsibility for their kink experience. So they needed this culture, this community culture created to help them manage their kink risk. And I come from the RAC ethos or the RAC orientation, but most of the community has shifted to the safe, sane, consensual orientation. And it started mainly with feminists and women, make it like against rape culture. I hope she has zero. Oh Lord, Joshua, do you want to come on and enlighten us on the spanking intricacies? Chris is here too. Okay, hopefully Joshua's there.
What's up? I mostly just came into.
He
You
might
guys
have been
gave me a
beating
great
the
idea
clock.
earlier. I want to pitch it to you.
Oh, okay, about what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, talking about all the consent laws and everything. I was like, wouldn't it be fucking awesome if we took that scene from Eyes Wide Shut, the whole mansion thing, because they're all in masks, right? We can redub the whole thing where like the entire infraction is all about how you didn't sign the proper consent forms. You did not sign the conforms. The forms to get consent for looking at these women. Like to make the whole scene ultra woke. That would be hilarious, wouldn't it?
Oh my god.
That's kind of how it was. I mean, that was definitely a scapegoat ritual.
Yeah, but just like just modernize it for today. I just need to update it so that the modern audiences can understand.
Would that be considered fair use? Where we could get?
Oh yeah, yeah. Did you ever seen like back in the day there was this great meme that went around where they took this movie that was about Hitler Hitler's Last Days called Downfall, and people would take it because it was all in German, and so they would just redub it or they just re-subtitle it with a bunch of different like alternate subtitles. I think they were hilarious. They do this about anything. There was like this one particular scene where they would just redub or not re-subtitle the whole thing about whatever they wanted. Maybe Hitler getting really mad because he realized like the invading Poland was a bad idea and shit like that. It was hilarious. But yeah, you could do total thing and just do voice acting over the because you can't see their faces moving. All you can hear is masks, so you can put anything you want to that shit. Anyway,
Yeah, right.
but you guys had a really interesting conversation. I wasn't trying to interrupt or anything. I think it was interesting. I think that woman is hardcore coping, so much of copium mostly. It's not really. I don't know
She's
how
ate up with the
indicative
woke.
is it. Yeah,
She
she's
has
just
the
really
mind
coping
virus.
hard with the fact that she was rejected a few times, and she probably thinks she's a 10. You know, like a lot of these women do these days. They think they're
I mean,
they're like
anyone that's not a
10s.
10 is going to be more rejected than someone that's a 10. Like, it doesn't matter. It has nothing to
Is
do with
anyone a
race or.
10 though? Is anyone really a 10?
Well, just whatever you subjectively you put as a 10, anybody that falls beneath that is going to have less switch. Like, I get rejected all the time.
Sure,
I
everyone
think
does. That's in
But I don't
this
think it's
single.
because of some like bias against me or some kind of conspiracy.
No, it's not.
I
It's
think it's that
absolutely
I
not.
don't meet everyone's individual preference, and they don't meet. I reject people all the time too.
Yeah,
It
and definitely.
works both ways. Like,
I
that's
think
how
think
it's
adults negotiate
oh,
sex
this
go
is
partners.
ahead, Josh.
it's a pure cry for attention. I think we should give it to her. Should basically like kidnap her, like chain her up to a
Yeah,
tree in public, flog her
we'll give her
specifically
that red
because
bottle.
she's
Yeah,
black.
right.
Now we have to use chains and we have to use a bullwhack or a bullwhip, something specifically we would call a cracker, and just play that game with her. Give her what she wants.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Really give her the experience she's looking for. Wishing to
Yes,
commit a few capital crimes to do it, but then, you know, it fulfill both her spanking fetish and her racism fetish at the same time. She'd actually be having white people act aggressively against her for interracial manner. So it would
correct.
fulfill every one of her fantasies. We'd be doing her a favor. Granted, we'd go
And
to jail and probably executed for it, but still, for the
no,
good of this
no,
one black
At
woman,
any stream
you're
taken down.
misunderstanding what a crime is. A crime requires you to be caught. Like they have to have a suspect. We could cover our faces with these like white looking hood things, right? Kind of like help it out a little bit.
yeah, some anonymity that would be great. I have some bed sheets. Yeah, never mind.
And one important thing to keep in mind about kink is it's so fantasy based. Like someone's ideal kink fantasy is going to be so specific and detailed to their peculiarities. Like nobody ever gets their 100% ideal kink fantasy. So she seems like she's kink frustrated because
Right.
she has this fantasy she wants to experience and it's being thwarted by not being able to
Yeah.
find a partner for it. But she needs to realize that her like reality doesn't owe her fantasy. Like
Oh,
that's
I
what
forgot the
fantasy is.
feminist.
It's not
Yeah, I
always
forgot.
going to manifest in reality
I
perfectly.
completely forgot the feminist group here, so we have to include them as well. You three are not pulling your weight, right? Why are you not acting here? You should be the three that go out there and whoop their ass. So
I'm
this
not a
is your
spanker.
fault, not their fault.
I don't take any
Us
responsibility for her.
three.
I'm not a
I just
spanker anyway.
just
If I
got
saw her
here.
at a party, I would have
Don't
nothing
include
to
me in
offer
that.
her.
I'm not
You
even
have
supposed
to
to
be
be here
blamed.
today.
No. This is all about blame. We have to blame people for this.
Well,
Well, it's white. It was white people, obviously.
Okay.
I'm Spanish. Does that count as white?
I'm Cajun and part native.
I'm white. I know. I mean, Spanish. Saying you're Spanish is like saying I'm ultra white, basically.
But you're what is it? Not non-Hispanic white. They have non-Hispanic white or
Well, I
no
mean, my
non-white
family. I'm
Hispanic
literally
and white.
half Spanish from Spain, not from Mexico. So
But on the census, in the U.S. Census, they have a category for
yeah, they
Hispanics
do.
that are white and Hispanics that are not white. So you're like a white Hispanic.
I'm a white. I'm not. I don't even classify as a Hispanic, because a Hispanic refers to people from Mexico and other Latin American countries. I have to identify as something else. I was looking for this video as the other day that was like it was like one of those TikTok videos or something that I saw on my timeline the other day that really does that matches up with what you guys are talking about. Exactly, but I can't find it. God damn it! I watch way too many videos on YouTube. God, it didn't used to be this hard to find something once I watched it.
Well, Anton, what do you think we'll be doing next week?
There's a couple of like libs of TikTok videos that I had kind of lined up, and I was gonna look and see if I could find any other like article to look at and examine. But yeah, I was thinking of just like a series of quick little like TikTok videos or some shit that we could just like listen to and then comment on.
That sounds good.
Check this one out.
Some of them will cross my bailiwick.
Might be kind of long. You might have to skip forward to the relevant portion, but this is the kind of person I was talking about. Someone who thinks for some reason they're a 10, thinks that they have a highly inflated version of themselves. So you imagine this person in this video as part of that kink community, that would be the same exact fucking reaction. This is a woman whose date took her to the Cheesecake Factory, and she refuses to get out of the car. Have you seen this one?
I did.
Yeah,
but
she's like,
I can play.
I look this good, and you're taking me to the Cheesecake Factory, which all I can think is like the Cheesecake Factory is fucking expensive. It's a fucking expensive.
No, I love Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah, and the menu is like a fucking novel you have to read.
She's another. She's another one needs spanked.
I'm just saying, like, but that's the kind. She's the kind of person that has this mentality that would get it rejected by one or two people at a fetish event, and then.
It also looks staged.
Yeah, I agree. That one does look staged.
The camera is very posed.
It's very, but then again, she's the one. She is the one broadcasting it. So, yeah.
I would say if that video is staged,
it looks too produced. It doesn't look like she spontaneously whipped out a phone to capture this event.
I would say, though, I've seen a lot of fake videos, and they're clearly fake. And this one, if it is fake, I think he deserves like an Academy Award or something, because he does really well.
He looks genuinely confused. Like, she might have been planning this shit, but he does not look like he was planning anything.
That's where we should have went.
Because I do think there are people.
He's a prop. Her audience is us. He's just a prop for her audience.
Yeah,
He's not even on a date.
I really do think that there are people who have that instinct to vlog their whole fucking life, and if you're on a bad date with someone, that you would just have that instinct to pull out your phone and like, oh, look at what's happening here.
Yeah, he's just content for her.
For an hour. Yeah, but I wasn't expecting for work to take me so long. I got home a little late. And
yeah, I think the content takes priority over the date.
I wouldn't need more than this part of the date to know that I didn't want a second date with her.
Yep.
I'm thinking, okay.
Like, if she was actually interested in having a date with him, she wouldn't have whipped out her phone. She would have had an adult conversation with him.
Yeah.
Then maybe
well, he takes her home
in a relationship for such a nice, fancy restaurant.
And she's very
okay. So, like,
anyway, you can skip the rest commentary. But yeah, I just like, I imagine someone like that's the kind of person that wrote that blog post. I see that someone like that, like, she gets not even necessarily rejected, but just. She gets approached by someone who isn't enthusiastic about her enough, you know, just someone who isn't taking her somewhere that isn't the Cheesecake Factory.
It may not just be very fun to be around.
Yeah, probably not. Can you imagine someone like that being fun to be around? Someone who, I mean, don't get me wrong, she's not an ugly woman, but she's like a 6. If we're gonna go on that scale, yeah, the one in the video. I mean, and I'm like, I don't really rate women on scales, because, like, my wife is beautiful to me. She's a 10 to me, but I know she's not a 10 to other people. I understand that. I'm not blind, but I'm saying if I take an objective perspective, that woman's like a 6. She's not anything that great. You could definitely, and her personality sucks. So
we wouldn't even make it to the restaurant.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know why that guy was being so patient in the first place, but I'm saying you put that woman at a spanking fetish party, whatever the fuck that is, and the first guy that she liked or she thought was cute that didn't like want to come enthusiastically spank her, so yeah, she's writing that blog post. That's what she's gonna do. She's gonna be like, "Can you believe this? This guy, he's not even a 2." You know, she's gonna like give him the lowest rating possible. She's gonna, I mean, it's just a bunch of cope. I don't know if that person really is expressing an honest viewpoint of wokeism or something, or if she's just literally coping that hard. But maybe I'm wrong.
I think people use wokeism as a cope. It's
Oh no,
a
I definitely think they
narrative
do.
to
They use that
explain your
language because it
inability
justifies it.
to achieve the outcomes that you see everybody else achieving.
Yeah, definitely. She has that. She believes in equity at fetish parties, which is weird.
And inclusion.
I mean, I've always been pro.
Fetishes are not something you could share with everybody else. It's not something you could
Yeah.
include the world
I've
on.
always
You
been
either
pro
have
people
that
that have
fetish or
those-
you don't.
I was in pro people having those kind of fetish communities and stuff like that. I've never been in one, but like I don't really have any weird fetishes to be honest. I've nothing I'm even aware of anyway. So I'd never had a reason to. But yeah, I probably would. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the only person I've really
not
been
everybody falls into that
right.
category. I mean,
I must admit,
it's a form of sexuality, but it's not universal.
Recent events in society have made me question how healthy those kind of communities are, especially when the monkeypox things went around, and there was those like the CDC was putting those things like, well, if you're gonna go to the orgies, maybe. And I was just like,
oh, you mean physically, like medically healthy?
Yeah, like just healthy from a
but
medical and
also, again,
and
like we dealt with that
standpoint.
during the AIDS crisis. It involves adults taking precautions.
I just think it's a little weird. I mean, I know that there are straight people that have those kind of communities too, but I just think it's a little weird how like important it is to some fetish communities. It just seems like it's like is that the only way they have to connect with people?
Well, no, I'm in a fetish community.
That's fine. I have no problem with anyone's in them. I just question whether or not how healthy it is for people mentally and
very healthy.
Oh no. See, that's why I specifically said physically and medically, and you're like, I knew that was mentally being smuggled in there somewhere.
No, I didn't mean to smuggle anything. I just didn't say it before.
You meant mentally healthy as well.
Okay,
you
maybe
were talking about
is.
COVID and
I'm
CDC
asking an honest question. I'm not making judgments.
You also meant mentally unhealthy.
Oh well, I'll help you.
I'm asking questions. I'm not making a judgment.
We should be judged.
You were making a comment.
So we should be judged. So my fetish community is. Remember how we kind of supposedly lost the war, the Vietnam War. So basically, what I did is I decided to come back and breed them out. Right, I'm trying to win. Right, I'm trying to bring that back and walk away with a win. Right, so like that's what I'm doing.
So anyway.
I didn't mean to make it as a comment. I was asking the question to people that I mean. I guess you both.
Well,
it's mental.
Just like homosexuality is perfectly healthy for homosexuals. Kink and BDSM and all that other fucked up shit is perfectly healthy for people who have that as their sexuality. If that's not you, then it's not even your business whether it's healthy or not.
That's fair enough. I was simply asking just as like a thing. It seems like I've just the few times you see anyone talk about it doesn't. It seems a little like, I don't know. It seems like there's like a devotion to it that seems a little beyond what I would consider like healthy. But I'm not saying that it is unhealthy. I'm saying that it makes me take pause because like I've known, once again, I've been friends with lots of gay people that were involved in lots of like weird stuff like that. I never had a problem with it. I don't discourage it. I just wonder how. If it's possibly like detrimental to some people at all, but if it's really not, then
too. The level of devotion is going to vary from individual to individual. Like we're not all devoted to it at the same level.
I mean, and once again, I'm not anti-porn either. I just wonder sometimes. From a intellectual standpoint, I look at things and I think, is this good for society? That's all.
I think having a healthy sex life and being able to express your sexuality in healthy ways is mentally healthy. I don't see how that would be mentally unhealthy.
Okay.
I think repressing
I wouldn't even worry about it being unhealthy for society because if people are doing whatever they consent to in the privacy of their own home or if they invite other people to do it.
Sure.
I mean,
And I
Yeah,
agree
not
with that.
affecting
And I do think
society.
people should have the right to do it. I'm not, once again, when I ask that question, I'm not like wondering if we should outlaw things or something like that. I just wonder, like, is it detrimental to those people? And it's not my business. You're right. It's not my business. But I still look at it from someone from an outside perspective, and I don't
Is
have an issue with
psychedelic
it, but I
drug use
wonder.
detrimental to people who choose to
It
use
very much could
psychedelics?
be. It very much could be. I don't know, but I think it could be. I think in some cases it's not. In some cases it is. I see it with
But
some
in
people.
a liberal society like we have here in the U.S., adults are free to
And I
determine
don't
all
want
that
to
for
restrict
themselves.
any adult from doing anything. That's not my point. It's simply an intellectual exercise. It has nothing to
There are
do beyond.
relationships that people are in, codependent relationships, dysfunctional relationships that I know for a fact are not healthy. I can
absolutely
identify
agree with that.
better, and I don't think they should be in them. But probably half the people I know are in relationships that are not exactly the healthiest relationships. I don't try to stop them or even worry about it much. They're in that relationship because they're choosing to be in that relationship.
And
Whatever
once
reason,
again,
they're getting some need met through that dysfunction.
I don't want to stop anyone. I don't have any desire to have control over people. It was simply a conversational topic just about like if there was any like, you know, if you guys saw anything that you thought was detrimental or unhealthy about it, but that's fine. I mean, I'm
There
not
can
trying
be.
to, I'm not passing judgment either. I do support those communities. I do think that for the most part, as far as I know, the people that have been involved in that kind of thing have been healthy, but I have seen some other aspects of it that can make me think like, whoa, like
Yeah,
this seems a
there
little
can
far.
be, but that can be true for any normal relationship
Sure,
too.
it can be. I mean, I
yeah,
would talk about
ultimately
it.
it always boils down to the individual, because I've witnessed some really unhealthy situations where there was a married couple who involved a second woman, and she moved in with them, and it got so bad because the guy was so narcissistic and he was trying to get a third woman in there, that these two women kind of teamed up behind his back, and I can't remember exactly what they did, but they like packed all their shit and left the house like all in one night when he wasn't around, and like ultimately got divorced and everything like that. But like, if you witness something really unhealthy happening, something that's detrimental to those people's health, I mean, obviously, if you're a friend, you know, you get involved if you can, but at the end of the day, it's all up to the individual. If they're in a situation that's really fucked up to you, but they're having fun, then that's the end of it. But if they're in a really fucked up situation, I mean, it's up to them to get out of it. It's kind of like Jeff said, it's like any relationship out there.
My point had nothing to do with. I've known people that were in relationships like that seemed healthy. None of them ended very well, but they were healthy for a little while, and maybe that's fine. But on the whole, more people that I've seen those situations, and being in a lot of weird fringe communities in my life, I've seen a lot of it. I've seen more negative than I have positive, and it just makes me wonder a little bit about myself. But I mean, like I came close to being one of those relationships before myself. I'm not trying to be a hypocrite. I'm not judging it as saying it's necessarily always negative or anything like that. I just didn't know what you guys thought about like that as an overall like thing. Is it? I mean, it seems like it's more likely that someone in that situation is probably shouldn't be than they should, but there are exceptions to that where people are really do have healthy relationships like that. But it just seems like those are the exception and not the rule. That's all the observation I've had, and I'm not saying I'm right about that. I could be very wrong about it. I've never been nearly involved in a kink community the way that it sounds like Jeff has or something like that. I've certainly never hosted parties like you have, Anton. So, you know, it's not like I'm really not judging that hard or anything. I'm just curious. It's more of a
I think
curiosity from someone.
I think there are just as many unhealthy relationships in normal dating. I see just as few healthy relationships in mainstream culture as in
That's
kink
very
culture.
fair.
I don't think the health of a
That's very
relationship
fair.
depends on whether it's
I
fetish or
actually think there's
whatever.
more so unhealthy relationships. Like you talked about codependency. That's actually more of a common problem. Well, at least within Western society, that's becoming an expansive growing. We as a society, we've cut back our ability to communicate, interact with other people. Like, and this is just getting worse and worse and worse. It has to blow off into relationships. There's no other way. There's no other direction it can go. People by a majority have no fucking clue what the hell they're doing. Period. People don't know why they're getting married. They're just doing it because they can. People don't know why the hell they're getting in with a community other than, oh, I can. Most people don't think long and hard before they get involved with something. They're just like, oh, fuck, I got nothing better to do. I'll go.
See,
It's
I do
becoming a
agree with that.
growing problem.
I do agree that. I mean, I agree that there's just as many straight het cis whatever relationships, what they call it, that are just as destructive and bad as any kink ones. I guess what I come across like a lot of the kink community stuff is that what's the end result of a lot of those relationships? Like, what's the? I mean, we know what the relationship with most basic marriages and like to build families and things like that is. It's not something I have an idea. This is not a situation where I'm asking a question where I already have a predetermined answer. I'm asking a question that I literally don't know the answer to, and I'm just wondering what you guys' thoughts on, because I've been thinking about this on and off for years, and I've never come to a conclusive come down one side or the other. I've just always kind of like wondered, because I've seen enough stuff that made me like question, but at the same time, I'm a very liberal person, and I believe in that adults should be free to do what they want to do. I'm not saying that anyone should ever restrict it, as much as like, should we be more cautious about it? I guess that's all.
No more cautious than any other relationship. The health of a relationship and BDSM versus not are two different axes.
So, are you asking like from
and Anton has to go real quick. I'm happy to
Okay,
stay
yeah.
on and continue to
that.
talk about this, but Anton has to leave and I have to pee.
Yeah, it was
All right.
a good conversation. We'll talk to you guys on the next one probably.
Yeah, you'll have to
Yeah,
forgive my
and-
trolling. I'm a very sarcastic person, so I take jabs at everything if I can.
And yeah, sorry if I messed anything up. I was just trying to answer.
No, you really didn't, Chris. You really didn't mess anything up. It was a good conversation.
All right, cool. Well, it's really nice
Okay.
to talk to you, Anton. I hope to
Anton,
see you
thanks
soon.
a lot, and I'll see you next week for TikTok vids.
Heck yeah, man. All right. Have a good night, guys. See
Take
ya.
care, man.
Good night.
Okay, I'm gonna
So-
go pee. Hold down the show for like 30 seconds, and I'll be right back.
No problem.
If you're asking like on an individual level about like about fetishes, kinks, things like that, the answer is it's just really based off the concept of a tool. It's kind of like a computer. You use it to do whatever your goal is for. It's the same thing with the
I
kink.
agree with that. On an individual level, I don't have a problem with it. But the question I have, it comes in not really an individual. It's as we
Based on a
continue
group.
continue pushing in a overall sense of society being
Right.
accepting this as normal. Where
Right.
I kind of think it might work better as a fringe type thing,
Well,
where it's
that one I don't.
it's not as acceptable.
That one I don't know. What I do know is that just like everything else, there's limits to everything, right? So anything within a sexual connotation, I tend to kind of hold a stance that it should be behind closed doors. Like
Yeah.
it shouldn't be a public thing. So like when you say pornography ought not be banned, I actually take the opposite approach. Pornography ought be banned. But it's based on the concept of it's gone so far out of control that the sexualization is just across the board applied to everything now. I mean, it always was a thing. It's just more like it's growing more and more extreme. So I take the stance that it ought be banned. But generally, again, it's because we have no way of limiting it, right? It's not outside, or it's out in the public. It's not behind closed doors. Behind closed doors, what a group does, most of the time, not so bad. It gets bad and a detriment to society because it spreads uncontrollably. That's that's the negative part, right? There has to be some type of control. There has to be some type of limits, and so that's when it comes down to what gets out in the open like that. Have to have some type of limit.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with what you're saying there, Josh. I really do. I just, like I said, my question really had nothing to do with like limitations on adults or people or anything like that. Not saying you were saying that's what I was saying, But yeah,
I'm saying it. There ought
Right.
be limits.
I was saying, like, really asking, like, to Anton and Jeff and everything in general is just, I see this constant push in society for normalizing kink and fetish type things and making
Yeah,
them
it
more and
should be
more.
normalized for people for whom it's normal.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think it is. It's already normal. I'm talking about in the mainstream, like, just public sphere.
Just
And
like
I
we
kind of feel
normalize
like,
homosexuality.
yeah, I mean, and I think sexuality is a lot more broad of a thing than
I
specific
think we should
kinks and stuff like
normalize
that.
all forms of healthy human sexuality.
I thought it was already all normalized, right? Like I think the disconnect, or usually where the disagreement is, like say, okay, let's take homosexuality. We go back through all Greek recorded history. They've got countless thousands of books discussing it. So there was clearly or obviously a portion within a society that practiced it. Okay, so that implies that there was some type of normalization, right? So we fast forward, say, 1500 years, right? Now it's not so much, it wasn't a question of whether it was acceptable or unacceptable. It was based on the concept of government regulation. Ought homosexuals be allowed to marry the same as heterosexual couples? We opened that door, right? Eventually, that was allowed for no other reason than it just ought be. Shit, what does it matter, right?
Yeah.
But then it goes into the concept of it's not enough to just allow that. It's got to be, oh, hey, we should basically fuck in public, right? Like there has to be some type of limit, and that's usually the pushback. That comes down to the question. Now, if you're asking me, I would almost absolutely believe that whatever kink group Jeff's in, it's exclusive. You can't just willy nilly off the street walk into it. They're going to have some type of screening process. Hey, are you an asshole? Hey, are you a piece of shit? Hey, are you here to make fun of us? Hey, are you here to like cause chaos or cause problems, kind
Some
of
form
thing?
of gatekeeping, yeah.
Yeah, even within those communities, they're going to have some type of exclusivity where they're not going to allow just anybody willy nilly in.
Yeah. No, I think, and I guess really, so it really has nothing to do with like groups that Jeff is in or anything like that. It really has much more to do with like this recent push in society towards making like concepts of like things like fucking orgies even like seem like acceptable mainstream things, and like I don't know about
The
that
orgies
per
have been
se.
around forever.
They have been, but they've always been a taboo type thing, and there's like this big push to make them not as taboo. And I see that a lot of that is like kind of pushing in that direction of where they're trying to make maps a normal thing too, you know? And like I think I think they feel if they can slowly just keep pushing that envelope of like, well, this is normal, then this is normal, this is normal. Eventually, they can get to that place where yeah, sex with children is normal, and I don't know. I don't have a problem with any of those things on their own. I mean, I'm not an orgy guy. I don't go to orgies. I've never been to an orgy. I don't plan to ever go to one. I did come close to being in a polyamorous relationship at one point, and I wasn't opposed to it on any moral grounds, and I'm still not. I think that it certainly raises a lot of logistic questions that that I found to be overwhelmingly stressing, and but that has nothing to do with the concept of it. It was just about that my particular situation. I'm not saying that that applies to everyone. I'm saying I just only say that to say that I've been open to that sort of thing. I'm not like a prude or someone who just thinks that these things are gross. I don't have a disgust response to it from a more like objective, try to like step outside of it and look at the way that the effects on society are. I'm not sure that I see that continuing the acceptance of these kinds of like kink, like like the constant push of the kink and pride type stuff and stuff like that's been going on. We talked about how that's negative before, but I see it as like it could have good effects, but I think it's more likely to have negative effects, and I don't know how I feel about that because I am a liberal person and I want to see those kind of liberal values expressed in society, even though I see that it could have potentially negative side effects in a major way. But I don't know. That's where I put the question out there. Not because I feel like I'm sure on one side or the other. I know I know the moral high ground, and I'm not doing that. I'm asking questions because I actually don't know the answers. It's a good faith thing, not a debate tactic. I'm not trying to catch anybody. I'm trying to gotcha. So or anything. That's not what I'm saying.
What are you, when you say the negative effects it has on society, are you talking about when it's, I don't believe in kink at Pride either. I don't believe in
Yeah, no.
exposing the
I'm just
public
saying that's
to
part of the
something
pushing of
that's
it,
not
normalizing
consensual.
it.
But I also believe in its representation in media. Like people should be able to go out and watch a movie about it if they want. But I don't
Sure,
think
no,
people should have
absolutely.
orgies in the street. So where would society be receiving these negative effects? Would it be
I
from
just
a
see it
pride
slowly
parade
kind
or
of
watching it
slipping.
on TV?
Yeah, I see it slowly slip. I'm not saying there's any way to stop it either. It's maybe one of those things that's the unavoidable march forward of progress in time, and it may just happen. I'm not saying that I can stop it. I can't like stand up and be like, stop this, and it's gonna stop. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we should pass laws against it either. I'm just like observing it, and I'm seeing that like it may be having negative consequences in terms of like the way teenagers and children and everything, the way they see these things more and more as acceptable in society,
Well,
and it might
children
be.
and teenagers should not be having orgies or even looking at orgies.
But as it's more considered, as it's less taboo, as something becomes less taboo and it becomes more
But
part of
not
mainstream
for children.
society.
I don't think the taboo is.
Once something enters the mainstream society, it's going to get to teenagers and children eventually anyway. There's no way avoiding it. It's mainstream media, mainstream society. It's going to become something that's considered normal for anybody. If it's considered normal for adults, eventually it will be normal for teenagers anyway.
Well,
College kids,
sex is
teenagers,
normal for adults, and that's not normal. That's not
It's
supposed to be
considered
normal
normal
for
for
children.
teenagers, though. I mean, even though
If
I may
if a
not feel that way.
teenager is going to participate in an orgy, they're going to do it anyway, just like they're
Yeah,
going to
I
have
agree.
sex anyway.
I agree, but I think they're probably less likely to do it in a society
I don't
where
think the
it's
fact
considered
that
taboo.
children might see it and adopt it is reason enough for adults to forego their own pursuits or constrain their pleasures.
Once again, I'm not saying that or people should stop having orgies. I'm simply wondering about this constant like knock-on effect that we've been seeing of like the normalization of it
But
as
how
just
is
like a
it
normal
being?
thing that
That's what
adults
I'm
do.
trying to figure out is how it's being normalized that has you concerned. Because if adults are having an orgy, ideally they're doing it in the privacy of their own home when there's no kids around. So, are you worried
I
about
just
media representation? Are you worried about seeing it in the streets at a
partially
parade?
media representation, like the prevalence of the various
So we
kinds of
shouldn't make
kink
any
from.
movies with kink in it because a
No,
teenager
that's
might
not it.
see it and
Movies are things you have to go seek out and find.
right.
I'm talking about a
So
general overall.
where
I
are they
mean, what I'm
see?
talking about is
Where are
very
teens seeing this? I guess is what I'm trying to figure out. That you're
well.
worried
Teens
about.
already know about orgies. They know what that is. I think the likelihood of them trying to hold one, which would probably go very poorly, is probably less in a society where it's considered taboo. I'm talking about this general overall sense of like untabooing things. Like we're
But
making
where
things
is
less
that
taboo.
happening that it's affecting kids? That's what I'm trying to figure out is where that.
I'm just feeling it's a vibe type thing, I guess you could say. I overall feel like society has de-tabooed a lot of things that used
For
to be considered
adults.
very like hush hush. Yeah, for
But
adults, but they've
nobody's
de-tabooed these
other
things.
than
But
the
as soon
queer
as
theorists, nobody's going around telling kids to get into kink and have orgies and spank each other.
it's more like this, like during the last few years, especially since the pandemic, I heard more news reports about this kind of group sex thing or this orgy or that sort of thing being talked about in news and society and just like general things a lot more and a lot more nonchalantly than I ever had for my whole life before that. And I'm not necessarily against it. I just
Are they
I'm
talking
curious
about like in
about
front of kids nonchalantly? I
it's
mean,
just
have you
in the
seen the
news where you
movie
could read it
Kids? That
anywhere
was
for anyone to read it.
1995, and they were doing stuff in 1995 that
Yeah,
would
definitely.
shock me even today.
Yeah, I mean, and that movie, like, I don't condemn that movie in the sense that it was NC-17, it was restricted anyway, and I'm sure because something's taboo, kids are going to go try to do it even more. In fact, keeping it taboo might encourage it further. It seems like Gen Z is less and less interested in sex, so this may not be a concern. in fact, in some ways, like demystifying some of this stuff almost makes it less appealing to Gen Z types. So I don't know, it may even be having the opposite effect. Instead of it destigmatizing it so kids are more likely to do these things, it may be destigmatized to the point where they don't want to have sex anymore at all. I don't know. I've been getting this vibe in society in general, like the overall, like this quote unquote acceptance movement of kink and stuff like that has maybe look like the prevalence of furries and stuff like that, like the push for acceptance of stuff like that, which I don't have a problem with, but it's, you know, that weird kind of stuff that keeps getting like put in front of you enough times to the point where it seems normal, and it's just like, is that really healthy though? Is it? I mean, maybe it is. Maybe I'm just
Well, it
weird.
is normal and healthy for if you're a furry.
Okay. I mean, what does it mean to be a furry? That's not something that existed until like the last 20 years.
Cosplay in a fucking furry costume.
Yeah, definitely. But
they have
the
puppy boy. Have you seen the puppy boys at the Pride Parade? The gay guys that
I've
put
seen
the
it.
butt plugs in their little
it's
puppy
very,
tail.
very strange.
And the little kids at Pride will go up and pet them and shake their hand. Like, they love seeing the puppy boys. I have a problem with even that.
Or the diaper fetish people, like stuff like that. I mean, real
trend,
sex back in the 90s was really great about destigmatizing stuff like that. And to a degree, I don't necessarily. I feel like
when
diaper
you
fetish
say
people should be destigmatized.
it's destigmatizing it and normalizing it for adults. You keep introducing this kid element, which shouldn't even apply to destigmatize, denormalizing something for adults. And then you started the conversation by questioning whether kink itself was healthy for the participants. And then it shifted to concern for the kids, which shouldn't even be
both.
a factor in this normalization.
I mean both. I mean for society. And I mean, I do wonder how healthy it is for some of these people, because some of these people seem to get way too
no more or less healthy than any other.
And that's fine. I'm not in those communities. I'm asking questions because I don't know. What were you going to say, Joshua?
I think Chris is asking about like the marketability of these type of things. So let's just say that there's a kink group out there, right? That are swingers group. Let's just call them swingers group, right? One would be, how does that group become known to other people of like interest, right? So there's only one way that they could do that, and they would have to have some type of like advertising. Let's just call it like a Facebook campaign to, you know, put their name out there of their group. This is who you contact, all that. They might use graphics and stuff like that to kind of like attract an interest of like-minded people. The question then comes down to is, where is that limit? So an example, like the furry thing. Furry things were all over TikTok. That was a weird, crazy thing. But then you had the gay pride parades where shit got a little overhanded, and there were an introduction because it was in public and children were introduced. So the question really boils down to is, what is the limit of the marketability that's available there? This is why I said I have generally a problem with pornography being in public, because we have no mechanism to control it or limit it. It's just out there. It's always been that way. Let's see here. Right now, currently, I think the common concept is the transgender movement is basically having all of these like organizations and events that have like dance parties, things like that, where they're inviting children to it.
Yeah.
I generally go after the parents first. Like, what the hell are you possibly fucking thinking, right? So you beat the shit out of the parents in the street. You start with them, then you drag the kids out, and then you explain to the event organizers that you pull this shit again, we're going to run your ass out of town real fucking fast, right? But you start with
that is where you should be concerned. The normalization where it's happening is with the queer theorists and the QT side of they're the ones normalizing it for children.
Right. But the question really ultimately boils down to is, what is the limitation of the marketability of it? Because that's where things kind of like have that overlapped, and that's where you're looking at. I've got no solutions there. I generally take like an anti-pornography thing, but that's only because we have no way
of. It should be marketed to adults. Like,
should be.
I think that, like, responsible platforms would be doing that, and if they're not, then hopefully there's ways to hold them accountable if they're marketing to kids.
Right. It comes down to a question of what mechanism is being used to deal with that type of enforcement. I got no suggestions here.
Yeah, I don't
put
have
that
any suggestions either, and I wasn't trying to say that like I have the moral prescription for this. I understand the morals of this, and I know, and I think this is wrong. I'm not Andrew. I'm not Andrew Wilson or something like that. I'm not here to preach about it. I was simply trying to open up as a because it's something that I've wondered about and I've thought about a lot, and I don't have any answers for it. I do support as a liberal person. I do support the ability for adults to do what they want to do, you know, as adults. And I, even though like I might wonder to sometimes when I read certain things, I see certain things that, yeah, some of the stuff seems pretty unhealthy. It seems unhealthy from a psychological, from a physical standpoint, from an emotional standpoint. But, you know, if people want to subject themselves to that, that's up to them. Even if it's bad for them, like I'm not going to stop them from doing it. I don't support anyone from stopping from doing it.
well.
I
So this is
can still wonder if it's bad for them, but it doesn't really matter. You know, it's
this
like as
this
like a
is
doctor might say the
this
same
is
thing.
kind of where you and I are different. I'm actually a kind of a right winger, probably really close to borderline extreme because I'm an authoritarian. I generally
Oh,
believe in the jackboot kind of
Jesus.
concept, right? But now here's the difference. If it is the case, let's hypothetically say that I believe the specific groups are unhealthy. How you deal with them is you give them exactly what they want. Because if it is true that they're unhealthy, they'll just destroy themselves. I don't have to do anything. I can just sit back and watch,
That's
right?
true. That's true.
So this is where I kind of like get into that whole like competition of ideas. So it's like let's just say one group has a polar opposite view of another group, right? Let them run and do their thing. They'll compete with each other specifically through competition. One will annihilate one will get annihilated through some type of process. They'll either fizzle out in popularity or whatever it is. That's why like the kink group thing to me is like, am I for it? Not really. But the idea to be against it is if it is the thing, if it is the case that they're so dysfunctional, right? If that is true, they will ultimately destroy themselves. Generally speaking, how you deal with adults that way is you give them what they want. Same thing with the
I agree.
feminists.
Yeah,
They
that's a
got
good
what they
point.
wanted. They got what they wanted, and they're suffering for it.
Yeah,
And
but
they don't
We're
want
looking
they're taking the rest of us down with them.
right, right.
look
And
look at
well, I mean,
look at Chaz. Chaz is a perfect example of that. Let them they let them do what they wanted, and they just destroyed themselves from within because it was such a bad idea in the first place. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, and they tore up the city in the process.
Especially that
So
part of the
so
city
they're
that
not
they.
destroying themselves in a vacuum.
No, no, definitely not. There's definitely destruction that hurts other people too, which is what I was wondering about the, you know, like I said, like during like that monkeypox outbreak. I remember reading some of those CDC things. I was just thinking, like, how is this an issue? If if there's a real serious chance of getting this horrible disease, wouldn't people just not do that? But apparently,
Yeah, most
not
people
an
did.
option.
Most responsible people did just not do that, and that was a blip. That
Yeah,
epidemic
it was a
lasted
blip. It was
what,
a
a
blip.
few
I'm just talking about the
weeks.
mentality that was being expressed. Some of the stuff like made me kind of go like, "Whoa, why would
I
people
don't
even care about
think
that
that
much?"
the mentality was the mainstream mentality.
Okay, I that's why I was asking because I don't know much about it. I only heard saw what was in the news, so I'm not judging. I'm just like, it still gave me pause though. I mean, from an outsider, you have to admit that it doesn't sound good. But at the
And that
same
had
time, it's not
nothing
like
to do
I'm
with
not.
kink. That was just any like straight sex, gay, like mostly gay sex.
Well, yeah, it was, but it was specifically it was tied to a Pride event that they were talking about. Like during the outbreak, the CDC issued warnings specifically about one Pride event that was planning on holding some sort of basement orgy thing, and
Oh yeah,
they put out specific rules or like suggestions for how to avoid getting monkeypox. This thing, and I was just thinking like, wouldn't you just cancel the orgy in that situation? Doesn't seem like a good. I mean, with COVID, we all were confined to inner doors, but they couldn't even just like say like maybe no orgy this year. I'm not saying they should never have an orgy. I'm just saying that seems like they're weirdly committed to the orgy thing, you know. But it's
that was
that's
one
just
one
that was just one
organization.
thing. It was just one thing, and I'm not saying that that's indicative of every person in those communities. I was saying that was just one example that pops to mind. I've read others. I don't catalog them. I don't have any issue with gay people or people that are in fetish communities stuff like that. Like I said, I've been right there on the verge of being in them myself. I never got all the way into them, but I mean, I was open to it. I've never been like I'm not like a prude. I just it just never worked that way for me. But I'm just saying, like, so in these recent years, I've seen things that just made me wonder about if there was anything, if it was, I mean, and what you're saying, it's much more reasonable that people aren't that stupid. And I think that's great. It's good to hear that from someone who's been in those communities. I didn't know.
I mean, I'm
for
not in the
sure.
monkeypox community.
Well,
But
no, I know. I mean, no one was in the monkeypox
like
community.
most of the
were they?
gay people I know would not try to go out and catch monkeypox.
Right. No, I don't think anyone was trying to go catch it. They were trying to avoid it, but at the same time, well, at the same time, still going to an orgy. I just thought that was a weird thing to say because, like, because that was the whole thing with the monkeypox thing was all the vectors for like the main spreading points were all literally like gay pride event / orgy things that were all the main spread vectors. That's what the CDC reported, not me. It's not my data. That's what I read back then. That was like a year and a half ago. I don't remember that well. I was just curious from like just someone who's been in those communities, if you saw anything about it that you thought it was completely healthy or that there was unhealthy elements to it. I'm just curious because
I would not associate the kink community with that one monkeypox incident.
well, no, I don't.
Like,
I
I was
just using
concerned
it as an
about
example.
monkeypox at the time too, but I didn't assimilate it to
Yeah,
kink.
I didn't think that everyone in that community is like that. I was using it as one simple example, just because it's one that was in the news and stuff like that. I've read other stuff. I mean, I've heard other stuff from friends of mine, stuff that kind of made me go like, "Whoa, seriously? Like, why wouldn't you just like do something different?" But it's just stuff that seemed like it made less common sense to me. But then again, I'm not gay. I'm not in those communities, so I don't understand it for sure. So I try to ask questions, get understanding. Once again, I'm not judging anybody. I don't have a dog in that fight. I'm just genuinely asking questions because I do have concerns about people that I care about and stuff like that. So that's all.
Okay.
I'm seriously not being a judgmental person when I say this stuff. I'm just asking questions because I don't know. And I'm honest enough to admit that I don't know. I don't understand it. Anyway, I'm sorry if I offended anybody. I wasn't trying to offend anyone. I was just trying to ask questions because out of genuinely not understanding certain things about those communities. That's all.
Yeah, and most people from the outside looking in won't ever. Like, same with gay. Like, people try. Like, nobody had to understand homosexuality growing up to support it or accept it or whatever. In fact, I don't see how
I
they
understand
could. If you're
basic
not homosexual,
homosexuality.
you're not going to have the same understanding of it as someone who's not. And same with kink.
I understand basic homosexuality in terms of just being attracted to the same sex and those kind of things, but the kink part of it, yeah, I don't understand that. There's no part of
But you don't.
sex
If that's
society,
not your community, you don't have to. I don't understand like what is it, Sharia law or
Oh, I don't understand that
fundamentalist
either.
Islam or anything. I don't understand. I don't even understand some of the Christian religions. But
No,
I
I
don't
don't
have to
understand
because
that
it's not my group. I can just look at it from the outside, think it's weird, and go on about my day.
I know, but I get curious about things. I mean, these are people I've known, people I'm friends with. That's why I ask questions because I'm curious, not because I'm trying to destroy anything.
It's. I guess it's hard to communicate. If you're not that, if you don't share that preference, it's hard
Sure.
to communicate it from. I mean, there's plenty of movies.
Oh, there's lots of movies. I mean, just when it comes to like people that are straight people don't have straight sex communities, you know? We don't have that. We don't have anything analogous to what gay people have in that way.
Sure.
And
So
and
that's
most of
We
the
do.
kink community I'm in is straight. It's not.
we
I
we
consider
actually
myself
Okay.
a kinkster
enough.
who
I didn't
happens
know
to be
that.
gay, not a gay person that's part of the kink community.
Okay. That's something I knew. That's
there's
what I was-
actually a way to demonstrate this quite easily. Chris, what is your favorite color? Like if you had a box of crowns in front of you, what is your favorite color?
I don't know, some kind of blue, probably, maybe
Okay.
green. I don't know.
Now-
I don't really think about that.
Explain to my favorite color is red. I don't know what Jeff's favorite color is. I hope it's not the same as your color. Now I want you to explain to us why that is your favorite color. Why is that a preference for you?
I get the point. What you're saying. I get that entirely. I understand your point, but yeah.
Like
I mean,
curiosity is only going to take you so far
Yeah.
because it's
I get that.
experiential.
Sure. No, it doesn't mean, as a curious person, especially someone who's a writer and has been
Right.
interested in fringe communities, it doesn't make my curiosity less, though.
I'm
I still
not.
want to ask about it.
Yeah, I'm not. There's only so much we can answer. That I can only satisfy it so
And I
much.
appreciate that.
And your main curiosity that I heard seemed to center around: is it healthy for the participants, and concern for the children? And I've tried to address those two as best I can.
The concern for the children thing, I mean, I am concerned about society progressing in a certain way towards that, but I'm not really concerned as much about children specifically. I do think that ultimately protecting children should be more up to the parents than society, and I don't think that really should factor into as much.
I think
I do have
people in
concern
the
for
kink
people that are,
community have a responsibility too to keep it within bounds.
to try to, yeah. But I mean, at the same time, like, I don't have to take my
succeed.
kids to those things, so, you know. Because parents have to take their kids to those drag shows and stuff like that. So if the parents weren't taking the kids to the drag shows in the first place, then the drag queens wouldn't be shoving dildos in their face. So I mean, in a lot of ways, it's more the parents' fault than anybody. I'm not really as much. I do get concerned about the way society progressing towards that map acceptance ship, but that's not really what this is about. I do have concerns about people that I've been friends with and other people about how healthy those communities are. But at the same time, it doesn't really matter. It's not even if I think it's unhealthy or I were to come to the conclusion, doesn't mean I think they should stop or that they should, or that a law should be passed to stop it or anything. I think they should be allowed to do what they want. I just am curious about that.
But it doesn't even matter how healthy you think. You're not a stakeholder in any of it.
You're right.
Just like you said, like your opinion
Just
on
concern
Israel
for
doesn't
people.
really mean anything. It's kind of the same with adults.
This is more like, because I've been friends with these people and people like that and stuff like that. It's more like a curiosity.
If you're concerned about specific things, talk to them about those things.
Well, sure. I mean, no one I know currently, but I just like wonder about it in general. I'll never ask you about it again. Don't worry.
No. Let me give an alternative here. So I do believe laws should be pushed. So an example would be, right? So you heard me talk about a little while ago about the concept of relationships are just getting shittier and shittier. Like the concept of codependency is becoming way more common than it ought be. There's almost no reason for it other than society has basically degraded. Like the concept of, okay, you start with the word friend, right? This is degraded beyond anything we've ever comprehended when we were youth. Same thing with our parents. They would have said something similar, right? Now this stuff boils across to all different groups, including parents. So like as a parent, I would say that if your child commits a crime, the parent should be held just as liable criminally as the child. You should be held responsible for the thing that you create. So if you create a problem, you should be held liable for it too. So it's the same concept of pushing for laws, just not based on the concept of society. It's just like you're the parent, you did this thing, this is what you're held, this is the standard, this is on you. It's just as much on you as the person that enacted the crime.
There are certain principles of liberalism that I have a hard time reconciling that with. Like having personal responsibility be placed on somebody that wasn't actually an agent or efficient cause of the event.
Right. If you want to have a larger effect, I don't think you can ever knock everything out wholeheartedly. But if you want to have a larger effect on society, you hit it all at the same time. All of as many of the causes as you can find, you hit them all at the same time.
And this is to solve codependency? What is the problem that this law is?
With codependency, it's really it's a problem with people. People cannot seem to connect with other people like they did.
No law is going to fix that.
Well, you can basically force a lot of things. Like, for example,
force people to be healthy.
No. You can incentivize, and you can use laws to incentivize one way or the other. It's really what it boils down to. Let's see here. If I had to actually come up with I'm not really good at political policy, but if I had to, give me about 2 minutes, I could probably think of one that would work with codependency. Well, yeah, it's all manipulative, no matter what. Like even everything is manipulation at the end of the day, right? The only difference between motivation and manipulation, these two words, these are opposing views. There's only one thin, super thin line between the two, and that's intention. We've got no way to measure intention. What's in somebody's head and what they're trying to do, we have absolutely, until we come up with a mind reading machine, it ain't nothing. We're just basically flailing and speculating at people. But the problem with codependency is people have they enter into relationships specifically without actually having some type of independent standard amongst themselves. You could do marriage licenses where they're a lot more selective, like a screening process. Well, how well do you know the other person? You could have personality tests, things like that. You could go hardcore. It would violate a shitload of people's rights, but you, in theory, could do it. I mean, there's all kinds of tools that's out there. It's just you're going to punish a few innocent people to get a whole bunch of things that you don't want. So it's really going to be like it's trying to find that middle ground. And so if it is the case that you can provide or you can demonstrate that 60% of society is codependent or 60% of relationships, marriages are codependent, then you can enact that because then you're going after a majority. You just have to demonstrate that that's a majority.
Well, you did say you were an authoritarian, but how do 60% of the codependent relationships, which that sounds like a reasonable number, how does that affect me?
None. You're most likely going to be in that 40%.
So why would I want a law for something that doesn't even impact me?
Because you're a minority and thus no longer significant.
How does it impact you? How does it impact anyone that's not one of those 60%?
It won't. That's where it becomes unfair.
So then the 60% should be the ones to determine whether they want a law like that or not.
Yeah, except for the 60%, we don't. If it's your goal is based on society, see. Okay,
but
so
how is society how are you and I impacted by somebody else's codependent relationship?
Oh, that I don't know. Like the whole concept of marriage rates falling. Marriage rates are actually falling. Like people talk about the divorce rates are like inclining.
It seemed like if codependency was going up, they'd be rising.
Yeah, that's the problem is the metric. It's almost impossible to measure, and it's because yes, divorce rates are on an incline, but nothing like compared to a metric where the marriage rates are declining drastically, drastically. So we don't have a real fair way of measuring it. People are just kind of speculating at whatever numbers they're throwing out there.
Maybe I'm wrong about this, but my impression of the concept of codependency in relationships has always been that codependent relationships, really codependent ones anyway, don't tend to end in divorce. They end in unhappy marriages, right? So I could see how, a whole bunch of really unhappy relationships could have negative effects on society, just in like a butterfly effect kind of sense. I mean,
well, yeah, there would be a whole lot of factors.
There would be a lot of factors to it. You'd have to map it out.
Yeah, you'd have to sweep them all in a pile and measure them. It wouldn't be a task I'd want to do, or I don't even think I could do.
Absolutely.
But
I can see how a negative, poisonous relationships, a bunch of them like that, could just maybe you could just pull it down to the woo-woo kind of like the energy of the relationship radiates out, creates negative energy other places, and it ping pongs.
We don't currently police energy.
I know. It's not even about. This isn't about policing it in my mind. I'm just talking about how you could show or see societal effects being detrimental in some ways because of situations like that. You would have to study it from a sociological standpoint, and you'd have to come up with the factors and everything else. I said the vibe thing as a stopgap, but you could definitely make a case if you really wanted to do a scientific study. I'm not going to. I'm just saying I could see how. I just don't know that it matters, but I could see how.
The same sociology that's given us stuff like systemic racism and all those other invisible forces, that vibes and energies that.
Yeah, here's
society.
I'll give you this one. So psychology, sociology, our degrees are fucking useless. Like at the end of the day, soft sciences, they don't. They're they would be
And you have one of
useful.
those, right?
Yeah,
Yourself?
yes, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They would be useful if society would actually read the shit. Most of the research that's out there is actually very nuanced. People use the research; they'll use like parts of it as a bludgeoning tool to fight like another group, kind of thing. That's where it gets tossed in the garbage, and so we're not using it appropriately. It's like, again, it's just another tool. That's by majority not being used appropriately.
Yeah, I mean, I had this slight inclination to want to go study sociology at one point until I found out that the degree mostly was a bunch of statistics classes, which I thought was complete bullshit and pointless because statistics are just so easily manipulated. But yeah, I was interested in sociology really heavily for a while, and I've done a lot of like reading and stuff. I still think it's a very fascinating subject. I just don't think there's much good in getting a college degree in it, but still, I think it's a really interesting field to study,
Well,
regardless.
now this came at a price that is equal to the same thing with the IT graduates, right? So like the 90s, slightly a little bit before my time with degrees, it was already saturated. All of these people could not they couldn't obtain gainful employment. So what the fuckers do? They started writing books. You'll look if you go like to Barnes and Nobles and start looking at like how book releases, these self-help books that are authored by like masters and PhD holders in psychology and shit like that. They're writing it, but they're writing it based off of the concept of what sells and what's marketable, not what's useful. And so there's like a whole bunch of useless fuckers out here with these degrees that aren't doing anything with it other than I got to make money, and so I'm going to like they're indirectly responsible for the same bullshit that we have. It'd be the same concept with you take like modern day or go back a decade with IT. It was saturated. It all got like degraded, and so you've got these useless fields within IT shit. This happens with every industry. People just rush to it like it means something. Holy crap! The noise here.
Yeah, I first got interested in sociology from this book it's called The Four Loves by C.S. Lewis, and he actually, it's primarily about sociology. It's not really doesn't as much less to do with love in the sense that we think of it, as much as it is about the societal effects of what we consider love and the different kinds of love, and how those things cause interpersonal relationships in groups and group dynamics, stuff like that. It's a really fascinating book that I would highly recommend anybody read, even if you're not into Lewis or
Sure.
Christianity or anything like that. It's a very short book too. It's got some amazing passages in it. But it that's what first got me started thinking in it. But I know what you mean. Like there are a lot of like sociologists or sociology degree, winner books out there where like they put up these books and they don't that they're so desperate to come up with like something they just end up making something up and it comes up, but then it gets a bunch of press attention for a little while and creates some sort of false assumption in society and it causes more harm than good. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that.
This is why I usually don't take too much offense when somebody will come at like every once in a while I'll run into people like, oh, it's a pseudoscience. Shit, maybe. Like, I mean, yeah, we're getting close to it.
Yeah, I could see how. I mean, at least the way they teach it in college, it certainly seems like a pseudoscience. And to be fair, just to be clear, whenever all these questions I was asking about fetishes those are all sociology related questions. That's why kept trying to reiterate that I'm not making moral judgments. I'm just genuinely curious about the effects of these kind of interpersonal relationships on the other people involved and society in general, and if it has negative effects or it doesn't or whatever. I just look at these things from that perspective and I get curious about it. And I don't have any, I'm firsthand experience in those sort of situations. I do have firsthand experience in being in like a drug culture type thing, a bunch of people that were like all into doing drugs and shit like that. And I learned some really fascinating things about group dynamics and sociology in that experience. But so I've never been in a kink community thing like that. I imagine it's very similar to a bunch of people that are all
Well,
hanging out because they all do meth together or something like that. So I
well,
figured
the
like
answer is
there's
the answer is actually very simple. The answer is yes and no. Almost
Yeah.
99% of the time, like if you're talking about like healthy or unhealthy, the answer 99% of the time is both yes and no. Everything, every idea, every concept you can think of comes with pros and cons. Cons going what you want to call unhealthy, pros going what you want to call healthy, right? Everything has this, right? That's your final answer.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. I mean,
It's a
it
shitty
doesn't it
answer,
doesn't necessarily stop my curiosity, but yeah, it's true. It's
right?
the absolute true. Yeah, true. Yeah.
It's the problem. This boils back down into philosophy, right? The problem with any concept is if you're asking the question just to like say ask for like a list of pros and cons, you'll be sitting around asking a lot of people a lot of questions and trying to get like write up your own list kind of thing. But if the question is being asked with some type of intention of a prescription of dealing with the issue, then you're asking the wrong question. It's
Yeah.
really like it's a whole different question should be or ought
Yeah,
be
and,
asked.
and I'm not
Yeah,
trying to come with a prescription or trying to pass judgment or decide that yep, we've decided that this is bad and we should stop doing this. That's not my intention at all.
right.
I'm just
Now
curious. I just
I
like to
would
look
be.
at things and look at, yeah, I know you would be, but
Yeah,
mine is pure intellectual curiosity. I just like look at things and I just wonder, like, is this good? Is this bad? Kind of thing. Because like I'm very progressive in terms of societal progression, stuff like that. I don't think we should revert or go back to strictly traditional relationships or anything like that. I think those are all been more or less good things, but I do see occasionally how they have negative, consequences. I don't think those negative consequences outweigh the positive ones, but I do see the negative consequences somehow, and I just like to notice them and kind of like take that into account whenever certain things do kind of go wrong or weird. I try to like work that into the tapestry so I kind of have a better understanding of the fabric of society. That's all.
yeah.
Well,
Understanding the functionality of a thing, that's pain in the ass. Just an
It is. It's a
absolute
pain
pain
in
in
the
the ass.
ass. Yeah.
You almost have to be a chameleon within that community and just try to get into it the best you can. I don't know how well somebody can fake being something that they're not.
Oh,
I
and
guess
I
it's
have no
possible.
intention of doing that. I'm married with 2 kids and everything. I'm not about to go try to go undercover in a kink community. That's the reason why I ask
you
questions out
should.
of curiosity, just trying to understand
Yeah,
something that I don't understand. That's all.
I know it sounds fucked up, but that's literally the only way to like really
You're right,
comprehend the
and you're
And he's
functionality.
still
absolutely right.
not going to understand it. You keep
Yeah,
saying
well,
community, but most kink, like most people activities, are between two people in their private homes or bedrooms.
Oh
Like you
no,
talked about
I'm not
people
talking
sitting
about
around doing
those. I'm not
drugs
talking.
together, and that kink
I'm
is
not
similar,
talking
but it's
about people
mostly
that
not.
have a kink in their just 2 people
yeah,
in a
he's not.
bedroom. I'm talking about these group type the communities that like the spanking community guys you were talking about. Like these spanking parties. Those are the things I was curious about, not
Those
about.
are a very small minority
I
of
know
the actual
that.
kink
I
community.
absolutely know that, and I wasn't trying to say that I think that was everybody. But that was where my curiosity was.
Yeah,
It has nothing to do with like.
he's
I don't give a shit about people what they do. 2 people alone in their bedroom, or even 3 people as like an intimate relationship type thing. Let them do what the fuck they want. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm talking about like more like I said like these
he's
communities where it's more like an orgy or some sort of thing
Here, I'll
like
put their
that, where like they all
website
get
in the
together and do
chat, and you
stuff like
can
that. You know.
read about them yourself.
yeah
Okay.
The
he's talking
nonprofit,
about
actually.
yeah he's talking mostly about the group, say the 100 or 1,000 people, whatever ratio that's out there, right? Not the 2 people that are participating.
And
And once
when
again,
I use
it's
kink, I'm
not a judgment.
describing a particular type of sexual orientation or relationship.
Yeah,
I'm not
and
even. I
that's
don't even
fine.
think of these. I don't even go to these groups. I was involved in them for a little while, and it was to do their philosophy club meetings.
And I think
We were
that's
fully
really
clothed.
interesting.
We
That's
sat
actually
around coffee
fascinating to
shops
me in
and
that
talked
sense.
about philosophy.
Yeah, that's really cool. I mean, I'm not against it. Once again, I'm curious about it because it's not something I have any access to. It's not something I'm going to get involved with. I'm a naturally curious person,
Well,
and I'm
I gave
asking
you a
honest questions.
starting
Yeah,
point.
and you give me
Well,
honest answers, and I appreciate it. I'm just saying,
well,
I just don't want to feel like I don't want you to feel like I was
Well,
saying
you
something in
keep
an
saying that
offensive
over and
way.
over, but I don't know. I don't think any one of us thinks that or
well,
questioning
Okay.
your motives.
well, no. No, I am. I oppose all kinks that are not my own.
I know. I was afraid you sound a little defensive about it, and I didn't want to seem like I was attacking anything. I wasn't attacking anything. I was just asking
No, I didn't
questions.
feel attacked. It was,
Okay.
I guess, more the ignorance of it that I was.
And I admit I'm
defending
ignorant
against.
of it. I'm completely
I don't
admitting
feel
that.
like you don't threaten me in any way. I don't feel like you're trying to shut me down, or you
I
would
am
pass
not.
a law to restrict me in any way. I don't feel like I'm being morally condemned by you at all.
Okay, good. I
I-
just want to make
I
sure.
just think it's an outsider ignorance that's confronting something that's experiential, and
You want me to help
there's
you out,
all
Chris?
kind of wild
And that's
assumptions
fair.
that come from
That's
that.
fair.
You want me
I
to help you
admit
out?
I'm ignorant of it.
Because I consider Jeff a complete threat to my community, the heterosexual community. He is a complete threat to
Just
mine.
existing.
Because all of these girls are all talking about, look at all the style that these gay guys have, right? They're raising the standards up that I cannot meet, right?
How
This
am
is
I
the
a style threat?
problem.
I wear satanic t-shirts and shorts, boxer
Uh,
shorts usually
I'm-
because I'm in
I
my
tell you
house.
what, Josh. Next time we stream, maybe not tomorrow because I don't know if I have the clothes here. But I'll get dressed my most metrosexual outfit, my most gay approved type outfit, and I'll see what you think. We'll see which one's really threatening your.
yeah.
I used
And
to
what are
dress.
you trying to
I used to
compete
dress
for? You're
really nice.
married.
I
Who
used
are
to
you
dress really
competing
nice.
with?
No one. I'm
Well,
just joking.
I'm competing with you, Jeff.
He's competing with you.
I don't want your
Never.
wife. She's safe.
Forget her. I'm competing with women in general, right? Like, I mean, all of these women are coming up with.
Oh, is that part of your?
Yeah, they're all.
Part of your.
All they do is shit talk to us. Like, oh, look at the gay community. They're color coordinated. They've got their shirts nice and ironed. I don't even know how to operate an
Some
iron.
of them look ridiculous.
I want to tell you now, Jeff. Fuck you, right? Like you're
But I am
causing
not. I've
grief.
never been
Your
part of that
problem.
community at all.
Well,
I don't know if I have to get gay people to shop with me to show me what looks good together because I don't know any of us.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
For a little
No, I'm
while,
not-
for a little
don't
while,
threaten
I
by me.
ran an online Poshmark store where I used to go around and get clothes from like thrift stores, stuff like that, fashionable stuff, and resell it. And during that time period, I used to dress really, really nice. I used to have like, because I would find the really nice stuff because in Dallas we have thrift stores that have like. You find fucking Gucci shit. I found Burberry shirts. I found all sorts of shit in the thrift stores for like $5, And I would get the stuff and clean it up and do the laundry on it and like make it look really nice and sell it online. And so I used to be really nicely dressed. And I mean, I have a pretty good sense of fashion anyway. I just don't show it anymore because most of my good clothes are in storage. But yeah, I mean, I'll dress up at one of these days, and I'll show you how I will clean up. I don't know if it matters now that I've got like teeth missing and shit, but I'll try it. But I'll do my best. Just
Hey,
for
one
fun.
day.
Once
day
you
I'm
have
gonna-
a partner, I don't know what you're competing for after that.
Status, social status.
Oh,
Just because I'm married doesn't mean I don't want to be like appealing to the broader sense of the community.
Yeah, see, I don't give a shit.
yeah, I didn't either. When I was with Mike, I didn't. That's the only person's opinion I cared about.
Well, this
Yeah,
is
I
my
dress it for my wife.
And
that's
neither
about
one
it.
of us could dress really.
this is my leverage in my relationship, right? Like I need to be like, it needs to be known that I can like walk out the door and replace her at any given time, right? We call this the dread game, like Judge
Does
Dredd, dread game.
Does
That
she
sounds
play?
unhealthy.
Does she play it back?
Yes, unfortunately, she mostly
Oh.
wins. That's the problem.
Oh, I see.
I'm just trying to keep up, right? I told you.
So we need to get you a style makeover or something.
Yeah, I don't know. There's too much you can do with a redneck. Well, I'll tell you what. One of these days,
You're
I'll
a
get.
redneck?
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, yes, sir.
Where were you from?
Originally was born in Homestead, Florida, military base. So that Homestead Air Force Base. It got blown away in Hurricane Andrew. I think it got rebuilt as a National Guard, but that's a whole different thing. That was where I was born, and up until a certain age, I guess when that blew it away, we moved to North Florida for a little while, and then to upstate New York. This is why I have a weird voice. That's basically two accents.
I was. How did I miss a fellow redneck?
Yeah, well, it's
under
just-
my nose this whole time. But North Florida is your only claim to redneckery.
Well, Homestead, Florida was actually South Florida, but I guess about that time, I think that was mostly Cubans down there. I can't remember. So young. And then North Florida. Yeah. But
How
now
long
you're
were you in
Cajun.
Florida?
Oh, I don't know. I was in Florida from up till about 10, 11 years old, something like that. But you're now you're Cajun. That's a whole different thing,
Yeah,
isn't
I'm
it?
South Louisiana.
Yeah. The Louisiana boys, they're their own thing.
Yeah, we kind of are.
What I'm impressed about the
I'm
state.
glad to have another redneck on the show, even if it's
Yeah.
North Florida.
Yeah,
I mean,
see.
technically, I'm a redneck too. I grew up in nothing but
Yeah,
South.
Chris is too. We're all
Yeah,
Southerners.
yeah. I grew up in tiny little towns.
You don't come
throughout
across
East
as a
Texas.
redneck either. That's why I overlook you as well. Y'all are both very well spoken.
So are you, Jeff? Nobody. I don't think anyone would ever assume you were a redneck or even Cajun. I don't hear a heavy Cajun accent or anything.
You don't know
like
how much I get made fun of for my voice and the way I talk up here.
Oh, up north, yeah, I get that. But I'm just saying, from someone who's just generally, I don't know, someone who's never had much of an accent, I got made fun of more down here for not sounding like a Southerner than I ever did anywhere else.
No.
And we have a blue. What are Canadians called? Blue necks.
Blue necks.
What is,
yeah, what's a redneck in Canada?
So, well, since we're on the sex topic, and the Canadian culture guy shows up right here, let's talk about the Canadian fetish. What is the deal with that, like pouring syrup all over yourself? What the hell is that? You nasty people, you nasty. How do you clean up that shit?
That's a new one. I haven't heard of that one. That must have been developed sometime in the last years, like 9 years, because I've been out of Canada for 9 years. So it must have come up in that window.
I just came across it because it was some meme. There was some Canadian dude pouring like in syrup all over him, and I'm like, ew, how do you clean that up?
Oh man. Maybe he's kind of like JJ McCullough in his like over pronunciation of oot, where he's just trying to like lean into the Canadian identity so hard.
A little bit too hard, yeah.
To create like a Canadian identity. Maybe he's just trying to be like, yeah, like I'm that Canadian stereotype. I'm that guy. That's me.
So aren't we supposed to demand proof that you're Canadian? Say a boot.
Oh yeah.
Yep, he's Canadian. Yep. Test passed.
I say about. I don't think I don't know. Like people can hear it, but it's not like blaring. It's not like
I wouldn't know how. I wouldn't pick it up. I would.
Yeah,
I'm not
some people
attuned enough to.
Some people don't.
I'd never know you were Canadian if you didn't tell me.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Yeah, like some people pick it up and some don't.
So the things that give Canadians away to me is how polite they are.
Mm-hmm.
And Ron is polite for the most part.
Oh, that's a trap. That whole polite name. Have you not seen them play hockey? Them some mean little bastards. They beat the shit out of everybody and everything for sport. Literally, actually, that is the thing.
Well, one way you could put it is that Americans are either dicks or assholes, depending on your preference for terms, and Canadians are cunts. Because like part of politeness is that you're less likely to actually say the verbally strong thing when you want to, but instead you might let your feelings sublimate out in the form of passive aggressive cuntiness.
Okay.
So yeah. Okay. So the Americans are dicks and Canadians are cunts. And personally, for me, I'm not gay, but I choose dicks every single time.
So I got to ask you, how do you feel about that?
It's more honest. Being a dick is more honest than being a cunt.
How do you feel about the Canadian split? You know, where Alberta is the only like real Canada and everybody else is just a bunch of posers. Like, how do you feel about that?
It's pronounced hoser.
Yeah, it's pronounced poser. I was about to say. Strange Brew taught me that much.
Yeah. No, I've never I've heard. I know what you're talking about. Like, because there is something about like the middle of Canada, like Alberta, Saskatchewan, and like Manitoba, that comes off as like that's fucking real Canada. That's like hardcore Canada. That's like dug in. And I guess like Calgary probably gets the most. Alberta gets the most of that because then you have like, you know, the Canadian oil rigs, and so it's tough. Like these are like men working 70 hours a week on the rigs in the cold. Yeah, like I get it, but I don't know. Like I don't. I guess I can see where they're coming from because Toronto is so city-ish and Americanized that I don't know. I see where that's coming from. I get it. I understand it.
Oh, I had no clue. I don't understand it at all. When I was little, that was where I think up till about 14,
Yeah.
somewhere between 12 and 14, 12 and 15, somewhere in there. We used to go up to Alberta every summer. Where that was our like camp. We went up there, did camping and all that stuff.
Yeah.
The problem was we rarely ever ran into Canadians. They were always like other tourists coming into these state parks and camping. Rarely ever run into Canadians. Pissed me off.
Okay, so I like, yeah, you actually made me think of a cool idea here. It's so like Alberta is sometimes referred to as Canada's Texas, and there's a few things they have in common, and I think they're related to each other. So one is being relatively conservative, another is being relatively old school, which coincides with the conservatism, and the other is being an oil-based economy heavily, and those are all related. I think it's like oil is like typically men's work, and it's old school kind of work. It's hard work. It's male dominated, and like the people who are going to be doing it, you know, that it's kind of like it kind of, it's not like you're like a Seattle or a downtown Toronto tech startup where it's super new ideas and modernity, and you have to like make yourself appealing to people of like all different kinds of lifestyles because they might be the best programmer or whatever. It's like, it's kind of an older way of doing things. And so I think like, I don't think it's a coincidence that Texas and Alberta have traditionalism, conservatism, and oil in common. I think those are related to each other.
Oh, I'm okay. Maybe. Yeah.
Whereas like if you have a more kind of information economy based thing, you're gonna get like you want to attract the best brains and everything, right? Whereas like in the rigs, like for the most part, you just want guys that are tough in terms of they're strong, but they're also like tough as in like they can handle working like, you know, like 10, 12 hours a day for like 15 straight days in the winter in northern Alberta.
Oh yeah.
And do it for years straight. Like it's like, you know what I mean? It's a totally different kind of market of applicants you're looking for, and they tap a totally different type of orientation.
Yeah, I agree. My stereotype of Canadians is like Paul Bunyan, the flannel wearing lumberjack kind of thing. That this is every time something.
Yeah, so that's way more at home, I would say, like in Alberta, like you're saying, than Toronto. And I think like Toronto, you'll see it and stuff, and some of the time it's genuine, and some of the time it's probably just hipsters wearing them ironically.
Right.
You know, like a hipster with like a handlebar mustache and a plaid jacket, but it's like it's just irony.
Yep.
They've never lifted anything more than 30 pounds in their entire life.
Thank you. You just demonstrated that it's Alberta and all of the rest of Canada is just a bunch of posing. Oh, I'm sorry, hosers. Apologize. Yeah. Thank you.
I've heard the
if Canada was a big gay colony, Alberta would be the Bears and Toronto would be the Twinks.
That makes sense. Actually, that helps.
And Montreal would be the Otters.
Oh,
I've heard before that the only place you're really in Canada is the Tim Hortons, and that's where you have to go if you need to apply for asylum. So,
dude, that's what like. Okay, so I'll give you guys like, well, like in my place, like my living room and kitchen area, it's dedicated to Canada, and so right up there, that's a Tim Hortons spot.
Sweet.
Yeah, and then these are all downtown Toronto subway stops.
I mean, personally, I'm all for Tim Hortons. It's a coffee place you can get poutine at. I don't understand what's wrong with that. Americans make fun of it.
Do they have poutine? Do they have poutine?
That's what I was told. Someone told me that, but I think they could be lying.
If they have it, it's been within the last 10 years or so. Because
it's very possible.
Like I used to I've actually never even eaten poutine. I'm just too much of like a health like I basically want to be ripped, and so I don't eat things that will detract from that. And poutine,
not even like a little bit, not even like try it. I mean, like eat one fry and a cheese curd.
Like if you combine all of the poutine I've had in my life, it's probably like 2 bites ever.
What did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I think I thought it was decent.
I don't understand like why every single place in America doesn't sell fries as poutine all the time. I just think this is stupid.
Yeah. It's like comfort food and shit, you know?
It's French fries, gravy, and cheese curds. Like, what's not to love about that?
And it's probably one of those things too that like college students, like if they've been out drinking and it's like 1:30 a.m. and they're on their way home, they'll go grab some poutine just to kind of like reduce the hangover the next day.
Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm grabbing. We have to go in a couple of days to go see my daughter that just is about to have her play, and I'm folding up some stuff that I need to take with us while I'm sitting here next to it. It's like this pile of clothes next to me.
Oh, hey Jeff, thanks for sending that email to me and to Benjamin Boyce. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah,
So I sent a reply, and we'll see what happens. Like, I'd be certainly happy to talk to the guy. So like, yeah, I was like, I haven't watched him too much in a while, but like during his timely coverage of the goings on and the Evergreen fiasco, like I was watching every video he put out for like probably 6 months or so.
I watched the entire thing, like all 30-something hours.
Yeah, like he
That's
probably
one of the things that woke me out of the left.
Yeah,
I watched it the same time as the George Floyd stuff was happening, the Chaz, so it all came together.
It's kind of cool because it's like when I think of Evergreen, the people I think of most are obviously Brett Weinstein, George Bridges. Like, what a fucking cuck! Like, he's such a cuck that I've even heard women who don't like the term cuck be like, I don't like this term, but he's a cuck. Like, I think it was Lauren Chen. I think she's like, I don't like this word, but he's a cuck. And Benjamin, I would say the big three for me for that is like Weinstein, Bridges, and Benjamin Boyce, and then like in the next tier down, I would put like Heather Heyen, because she was kind of like, she was there, but she wasn't like, she was in like, she was like she was Pippin and like Brett was Jordan, basically, So she's like kind of on the side. She was like an accessory, but not core.
I know the name Benjamin Boyce, but I can't place it right now. He was involved in the Evergreen thing.
Oh, you've never seen his Oh, Chris, you must.
I probably have. I mean, just
he did an entire.
I've seen so many things. I just forget. Names escape me sometimes. I'll probably watch like 2 seconds and be like, "Oh yeah."
And he's a podcaster. He interviews all kind of.
You've almost certainly seen him. Like I would be very surprised.
I've almost certainly seen him because the name sounds really familiar, but I'm not having trouble. I'm having trouble placing it. But if he was involved in the Evergreen stuff, man, that'd be
I'm
a
gonna
great
put
interview.
the playlist in the
I think it's fair to say that nobody did more to
24 episodes.
Nobody did more to publicize that than Benjamin Boyce. I think like Fox News had like Weinstein on and stuff, so that was like big as like an individual item. But I think like Benjamin Boyce was just on top of that. Like that, he was like a journalist and that was his beat. Like nobody was covering it the way he was.
Well, he was there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He had just graduated like a few months before this happened, but he was still living in the neighborhood, basically, right? Like,
this is the one media that really helped me to shift my political orientation.
Well, because you just look at like you see what Brett Weinstein, he handled it so well when he got like basically like barraged by those students like unexpectedly and everything. Like he was just like so level-headed and like so agreeable. Like he was just so reasonable.
Yeah,
and it didn't matter how reasonable he was. Like they didn't want to hear it.
I do recognize this guy now. I think I've seen some of his videos that put on my timeline. I'm just bad with names, but yeah.
Mike Nana was another one that did a short little series on it where he talks with Brett and Heather.
Yeah, because he did stuff with like Bogosian and well, yeah, like they're all like tied together, like Bogosian, Benjamin, Nana, like
they're part. That was like the IDW when I was like, that's what I knew as the IDW before it expanded.
It was almost like, and I don't mean this as like an insulting way, but that was almost like part of like the IDW B team. Like if the A team is like Rogan and like Sam Harris and like Peterson and Shapiro and such, they're like part of the B team. Like, you know what I mean? Like next level down. But people have heard of them and they like them.
The one thing about Evergreen is it became very clear to me very early which side I was on. Like there was no ambiguity at all. The Israel, like the attack from October 7th had the same effect on me. Like it all of a sudden sharpened the conflict enough for me where it was very clear which side to come down on at that point.
Yeah. And it's like I think it's like the only way you can defend the other side is like because I was talking to my mom about this yesterday about the Israel Palestine stuff, and one of the things I said is that like the thing is when you have like I told her basically what cultural Marxism is and how it works, like that analytical framework, and it's like once you view somebody as being the oppressed underclass, it can be very easy to view everything they do as self-defense, even preemptive self-defense. And when you're in that mind frame, it's like they can almost do no wrong. And even when they do wrong, it's like you will rationalize it. You'll be like, yeah,
and the oppressor can do no right.
What?
The oppressor can do no right.
Yeah, the oppressor can do no right, and they can. And it's like if the oppressor does do right, they won't get credit for it. And if the oppressed does wrong, they will not be criticized for it. The worst a person will say is, yeah, like that was a big thing they did, and I can see, but like given their circumstances, like I can't blame them, or like I'm not going to tell them how to like wage their struggle. They'll say things like that. You know what I mean? Like,
it's the same rationalization that's going on with like the Hamas attack. They keep saying like, well, yeah, it was horrible, but you have to understand the circumstances they were under.
Right.
And that doesn't excuse it.
Of their own accord, too. They put themselves under those circumstances.
And it's like if Israel like does something that like is consistent with what they want, they're highly unlikely to give them credit for it. They'll say things like, "Oh, you want a cookie? You did something right once," or they'll be like, "Even a broken clock is right twice a day," or they only did the right thing because people were looking and they would have.
Or they'll get conspiratorial and start ascribing like imaginary motives to it, like they're only doing this to play some sort of 4D chess game so that we'll accept them again. And they do that kind of shit too.
I've heard those too.
Yeah, it's like there was this girl I used to date, and she kind of went like kind of hardcore, like kind of feminist and stuff after we stopped dating. And like, her daughter went trans and everything, and so I think that made her hyper attuned to those issues. And then with the Trump presidency, like she leaned into it even more. But we were like, I remember when we were talking, and she would like, I would say like, I would just describing my experiences about something that pertained to male female issues or whatever, and then she would try and like say, and that made you feel this way, but it would always be like she's projecting the feminist playbook onto me, like assuming that like basically like I felt that my dominance was being challenged. Like she didn't put in those words, but that was the message basically, right? And I got to the point where like I didn't quite say it. I should have said this, but like I said something a much more neutered version of this because I'm trying to be civil. But what I should have said was, stop trying to psychoanalyze me because you're wrong every single time. Like, stop assuming that I'm some avatar that represents the way that feminism represents men, because you keep doing it and you're almost always wrong.
Was she doing it in an attempt to be empathetic, or was she doing it to try to like get you on stuff?
No, I don't think she was trying to get me. I don't think she was trying to get me. I don't think that. I don't know.
I'm just saying I could see that. I'm just trying to understand because I could see that from both angles. Where like she was trying to understand, but her perspective is just all wrong. Or if she was trying to catch you in some sort of misogynistic thing. I'm just curious.
No, I don't think she was trying to get me. Like maybe she was trying to show that she gets things, like kind of like showing that she's smart. It might have been that maybe. It might have been that she's just trying to test her understanding of me. It might have been like kind of like what a therapist says. And so I'm hearing you say this, like I'm not assuming any ill. I don't think she was trying to get me. But I think it's like her interpretations of me were just perpetually wrong.
Not like a Kathy Newman. So you're saying?
No, I don't think she was doing that. No.
I don't understand. It sounds like you guys are like taking wrong side on this. You realize he's an oppressor too, right? I'll break it down to you since you guys forgot history, right?
I'm not tall enough to be an oppressor.
They came down, they burned down our White House, fucking assholes. I'm still waiting for my reparations, right?
Canadians
burn my White House. I want my reparations.
Yeah, Canadians shouldn't be called hosers. Americans should be called hosers because after the Brits and the Canadians set your White House on fire, you had to bring out the fire hoses to put it out. You guys are the real hosers.
Fair enough.
And it didn't even end there. Like they sent us.
I don't
Justin
even know what
Bieber.
happened then, but I assume we deserved it, to be honest.
Pretty sure we fired the first shot. I think we did. But then it didn't even end there, right? Like a couple, 100 years later, they send us Justin Bieber. That's a war declaration. That's a clear war declaration.
I mean, they've sent us a lot, maybe worse. I don't know. Justin Bieber might have been the escalation of it, but they sent us Alanis Morissette first. They
It says
said,
Bryan Adams.
yeah, Brian
See?
Adams. I mean, I'm not sure that you can say that
Celine
was the first
Dion.
aggression.
Thank you for that.
Look at the
Celine
motto.
Dion. Oh God, Celine Dion.
Look at the-
She was French Canadian. That's not even legal.
Look
Oh.
at the motto on his
That's like being
name.
wrong twice at the same time.
Yeah, look at the motto on his name. Tell me it's not intentional.
What? I came for the culture war.
He's the one starting it. They're oppressing us. We're gonna
Well,
have to fight
the whole,
back.
I was told there would be cake for a while, and like I'll Do you know what? Do you guys get where that means? That's I was told there would be cake.
Was it from that video game?
I don't know, but like I know it from like back around like let's say 2005, no maybe like 2000 like let's say 6 to 10 or so.
I
was
recognize
like-
it from something.
People would like bring placards to protest, like the anti-Scientology protests, and people will have all these relevant placards up, and then you just see one person holding a sign saying, "I was told there would be cake."
Oh,
I'm pretty sure it's a quote from a movie or a TV show. I'm not sure which one. Where like I remember seeing the scene of like someone kind of awkwardly showing up to a party and looking really strange, like uncomfortable there, and like everyone's like, "Well, why are you here?" There's like, "I was told there'd be." I believe it's been something like that, but I don't have any idea what it was from. We could just Google it. I bet Know Your Trope, or what do they say, like the trope dictionary.
And it
I
went
bet it
with
has-
the whole, like, remember the whole like the cat memes where like it would be things would be spelled wrong, like because it was cute. It'd be a cat saying thing, and it'd be like misspellings, which makes it kind of more cute.
Right,
and
yeah.
so it would often be like I was told there'd be cake, but cake would be spelled CAEK.
Right.
Yeah.
Looking for like a Know Your Meme page. So there's an entire Wikipedia entrance because somebody
there's
wrote
a
a book
book
that they
of
named that.
essays called
Yeah.
I was told there would be cake, but I'm looking for the meme
Yeah, me too.
origins of it. Milton from Office Space? Or maybe that's just the image on the meme.
That's just the image in the thing. I
Yeah,
can't believe
he's
there's okay.
possible.
Know Your Meme. Here we go. Know Your Meme. That they usually actually track this stuff down. I don't understand why they spend so much time doing this, but they're usually pretty good. Not this time. This is just
look at
random
us.
memes, no history at all. Okay, so
I was gonna say that they're like internet anthropologists, but like at this point, there no question are internet anthropologists. Like there are no question that I bet there's like a couple thousand like anthropologists in America who actually specialize in internet anthropology. Because why wouldn't they? That is like a major location
Yeah.
of culture.
there's a couple of YouTubers I follow that do a really good job of that. Semedo Media does a meme review show, and of course, Internet Historian. Have you guys watched Internet Historian? Internet Historian's amazing. Oh, he has some of the funniest videos. He has a video about like about a furry convention that went really bad.
Yeah.
And he has one that's all about like how various ways people have trolled businesses. The most epic one was the one where people were trolling where Shia LaBeouf's like
Oh
he will
God.
not- yeah the
he
Shia
went up
LaBeouf's thing.
They found his flag in some
Yeah.
like field in the middle of like a rural area in the middle.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Internet Historian goes into the details of it and shows exactly how they found it and everything. It's hilarious.
Yeah,
It's
'cause they
great.
would
It's
use
totally
things,
worth watching.
they would see flights like flights in the video like over they'd be like, okay, like
Yeah.
they'd be like direction, time of day, and
Yep.
all that kind of stuff. And the term for all this stuff was called. It was so good. I heard it from Gavin McInnes. Weaponized autism.
Yeah, and it's like
So good.
it's like if we could actually harness that for the country or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, why can't we
tech
harness
companies
that kind
have.
of energy? What's that?
Yeah.
The tech companies have.
To a degree, but why isn't the
I'm
government? Why isn't
surprised
the
the
government smart
military
enough
has
to
it.
like
Maybe they have.
seek those people out? They probably turned them down. I bet the CIA was like, "Hey, you guys, you can work for us." They're like, "Fuck you." Yeah, I can see that happening. Yeah, Know Your Meme is useless on this one. It's just a bunch of memes. It doesn't give me any history, so fuck that. So anyway. I really thought no, your meme was gonna answer that, and I'm very disappointed now.
He intentionally sidetracked you. He throws something out there to draw attention away from himself.
Is that one of your tactician tactics?
Me?
It would be one of mine. Yes. Normally people call it deflection. I'm just pointing out that Ron does it.
Do you
dangerous
do
person.
you always suspect other people of using tactics on you because
Yes. It's kind of like being a cop all day, right? Like if you're like your job is 9 to 5, you're automatically in all of your interactions with other people are generally going to be people that need assistance or there's some type of crime. You're going to naturally come to the conclusion that all of humanity is just a bunch of shit, right? That's just it's a thing that you have to deprogram from yourself, and I don't even know if it's possible, but yeah, it's a thing.
Good thing I'm just a streamer. I mean, everybody in public wants to have conversations all day.
Why?
Well,
I know
first, because that's how it is where I come from.
I know why society would have an interest in being a tactician. Yeah, well, no, okay. I thought you meant about like being a tactician. I know why society would have an interest in it because it's kind of like training to get your way with other people, right? Like if you're an evil bastard, this is really not a good thing to have. It's not a skill that should be used. I think it should be highly selective.
Yeah, and I think sociopaths and Machiavellis do it intuitively.
Pretty much. This is why I can't wait for that whole like psycho breakdown from Emerald. I want to see if she comes up with like
to analyze your when are we doing that?
Well, whenever I'm home. We can do it whenever.
She'll probably be around on Friday.
Okay. Hit her up and just tell me what time.
Oh, I forgot to. Yeah, Chris, what are we? Do you want to push it to this weekend, or you want to just skip Friday and do it next Friday?
Just find out from Emerald when she's free, and we'll go from there. I mean, I don't want to try to plan and then have to replan again. I don't want to do it without her. So I mean, that'd be unfair. So just like figure out when she's available, and we can just go from there, man.
Oh yeah, hey Jeff, you guys have seen? Well, not everyone but Joshua has seen. Aiken, like in my little group.
Yeah.
Right, we're starting up our own little recurring show on my channel, and it's going to be called The Immigrant Show. And we're recording our first episode on Thursday. Like I'll probably put it up like several days after that. But yeah, the first episode of The Immigrant Show is coming out.
Did you already film it?
No, we're going to record on Thursday.
That's literally the name of it?
Yeah, The Immigrant Show. And like our intro theme song is going to be like, I don't know, like a 20-second snippet of like the Led Zeppelin song called Immigrant Song.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get a lot of hate. A lot of traffic though, but a lot of hate.
A lot of copyright strike for that.
It'll be entertaining.
I think, because it's like he is like on the left and I'm like center right. But like he is like, we're both like easy to talk to, I think. It's like we're both like capable of like looking at things from angles other than our own and not just assuming the other person must be stupid, evil, or ignorant if they don't share our worldview. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah. I think
I'm one of those people.
Yeah. And you just pretend to not be one of those people.
No,
I'm kidding.
We had a leftist, a communist on the other day, a trans communist person, and it was my longest stream yet. We talked for like almost 6 hours and had a wonderful conversation.
What was their name?
One of the most pleasant people I've talked to in a while.
Which person was it? Like, what was their screen name?
Their name is Liberty Holmes. It's in the title. If you go to my channel, it's in the title of the description.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, because I saw you talking to like the acronym guy, the traditional preservation trinity, that guy, and I think he was in on it too, wasn't it? Him and that other guy maybe that you're just talking about.
I don't.
Yeah,
there's so many people.
TCPS was on there.
I can't separate one episode from another. But I know Rowan was on at the end too.
Yeah, Rowan.
Yeah, it was. It was TCPS, Rowan, and this guy, because after Chris left, it was me against 3 leftists. It was like 3 against 1.
Which I hated that, man. I almost came to jump back on, but like I was like, you were handling it fine.
We did fine.
You did fine. I still felt bad.
they
I
showed
was
their
like,
ignorance.
Rowan jumped on, and it was like this 3 against 1 thing. But yeah,
I like Rowan, but I think he uncritically absorbs whatever bread tubers
he uncritically likes Kyle Kalinske. That's
he
a
just
bad enough red
swallows
flag.
whatever. But I do the same thing with
I like Kyle
people
Kalinske.
I follow.
You
Oh,
like Kyle Kalinske?
Yeah, like he's one of my sources of balance.
oh well.
How? How?
Then
How
let me
not?
show
He
you
is
this video.
so lefty, brainwormed.
Yeah,
No, but I think he's.
I think he believes what he believes, but I
Yeah.
think just like Rowan, and Paul, he swallowed some misinformation. I'm going to put this video in the room for you to take a look at when you get a chance. It's long, but it's well worth it. It exposes every single talking point around Israel and Palestine using Kyle Kalinske and clips from his show and things out of his own mouth. And it's every single thing, every leftist that has been on the show the past week or two. Kyle Kalinske has said everything they have, or they've said everything he has. It's coming from the same sources.
I think Kalinske is possibly good faith, but he's a moron if he is. If he's not, I would almost have more respect for him if he was bad faith.
I'm gonna give him. I'm gonna give him the highest benefit of the doubt I could. But even doing that, he's not critically filtering his information. He doesn't have anything to reference it to factually or historically to assess how accurate he's just swallowing it from whatever sources he's getting it from.
Well, his source is usually that he says so, but yeah.
There's even one belief going around. I forgot which one it was off the top of my head, but Zarathustra Serpa tried to find a source for it and analyze where it's coming from, and he couldn't. And his theory is they're just repeating it among them. It's the same group of people, and they're just repeating it among themselves. He couldn't find that it came from anywhere outside of this group.
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was. It's something about something to do with like Israel like doing something to the Arabs that live there, something like that. There's like absolutely no. I looked for it myself. I couldn't find any.
And I'm still waiting on two people so far on this stream have said that the Israelis have displaced the Arabs before the 1948 war. Like the Nakba thing was the result of that war, but before that, Israel was, but they have. I'm still waiting on sources for that.
That's generally because they leave out a very, I guess, inconvenient concept. So, first, yes, it is true that the British were basically importing Jewish people to the area, right? But they were such small numbers compared to what they consider the Palestinians. The number one person that caused the mass influx to that land or to that geographical location was actually Hitler and Stalin combined. Both sides were like running away.
And they didn't want them to come, right? They tried to, and
no, they would just wanted them to go. They wanted them to go away. The Palestinians themselves broadcast a message inviting them in. This is why I don't understand why people don't get the concept of immigration. This is the argument here. They invited too many in, and at some given point, there was so many of them that you're just outnumbered by foreigners from a Palestinian perspective. Like they're inconveniencing, leaving out two steps.
Well,
Palestine has
Isn't that the argument against all immigration? Like that's the big fear of immigration in general.
Yeah, it's usually the most common
immigrant right here on the show that has a podcast he's about to start.
It's not a problem with like immigration,
because that's what's happening in Europe. That's what people fear about Mexico. That's what I fear about Canada.
Right. Except for there's almost no way, no country, every country has some type of cap on it, right? Like how many foreigners can come in at any given time. Almost every country has got some kind of cap.
And it makes it harder when they don't integrate.
Well, it's almost impossible to not integrate into a society. It might take 3 generations, but it's almost impossible to not do so.
You'd be surprised with some of the Mexicans out here in Dallas, man.
The Palestinians refused to integrate into Israeli society, but then Jews had difficulty integrating wherever they were too because their culture was so unique.
Right. I don't. Now you get into it could be plausible that, there was a plan. So as World War II was basically kicking off, and the Palestinians, again, keep this in mind. I'll even pull up the news articles of that time period of the Palestinians inviting them in. They invited them in such huge numbers at a small time period.
Like
What are
in
you
good
talking?
faith, or did they have some
I
sinister
believe
motive behind it?
I believe that the Palestinians had some type of like good faith, like,
Because up until that point, they didn't want them there.
well, no, yeah, there was a small number of pushback, prior to that, but
Yeah, they were doing terrorism way back in the 1920s.
right. But I think people had like turned on the news and they were reading, what was done to all of these different groups of people within, the context of what's going on in World War II, and they felt bad for them and invited them in large scale numbers.
I hear things
Hello?
from you that I don't hear anywhere else. That's why I'm not sure how.
I'll pull it up. There's a lot of news articles coming from outside of or from within their own land of them inviting them in. It's like literally on newspapers. Now the numbers of how many came in at any given time, that you would have to, that might get a little bit fuzzier there, but it was huge numbers.
Because I heard that they blocked them from immigrating there during World War II, and that's what helped make the numbers of the Holocaust so high.
That would be
one of their avenues of escape.
Well, there was at some given point there was a danger because they'd come in such droves in huge numbers that it started to become a concern. Now the timeline of this happening, that's a little weird. Now you're talking about months in between. I did this I think probably 10 years ago. I'll pull up all of the data I had. I've got it somewhere indexed on one of these files.
Okay,
Little clippings of the news article.
Well, Joshua,
I'm trying to refine my narrative to be as historically accurate as possible.
Me too.
It really doesn't have any meaning to it other than there was a time period where they invited him in. Probably.
So they would not have been doing that if Israel was kicking them off their land the whole time, like the narrative I'm hearing from the left.
Yeah, right. But now keep in mind, this is only during.
You have to show me evidence for.
Yeah, this is only during the World War II time period.
So that was before 1948.
What's your opinion then, Joshua? Do you think that Israel is running an apartheid state with Palestine?
Internally, I have no idea. That would be something that would be within their government.
They're not. There's nothing on the books that makes it apartheid.
Yeah, I was just curious.
From what I've read, it's a subjective apartheid, just like black people here in America are subjectively oppressed. But there's nothing objective that indicates they're an apartheid state. Just like there's nothing that objectively indicates there's any kind of racism on the scale that they claim there is.
Yeah, to demonstrate that claim, you'd have to have some type of law on the books or something like that. So if somebody finds that,
they have, and he goes over in this video. They take there's 60 laws or something that they take and claim are apartheid laws. But when you look at them, they're propagandizing these laws. It's stuff like Israel has a national flag, a national anthem, and it's Israeli and not Arab.
Right. And again, that's I'm unfamiliar with Israeli law.
So serious people that look at these supposed apartheid laws don't find anything remotely apartheid about them.
Yeah, it would have to be based off the concept of I support Judaism and the other guy supports Islam. Thus, they can't buy land or whatever the fuck it is. You need something to that level, it'd have to be something like we would consider apartheid, based off of what's going down in South Africa, that kind of concept. You need something equal to that. Otherwise, you're just throwing labels at the thing.
But it kind of goes back to what Ron said. When you start to use the oppressor framework, then you're going to find every way to distort what the oppressor's doing to be the most hyperbolic transgression possible, and you're going to do the opposite with the oppressed side. You're going to try to make them seem as innocent and benign as possible.
Sure, and it's always been the case. That was a thing in the 50s. I think I can point at something from the 30s.
Why do people keep doing something so obvious by now?
Well, because it's effective, at least on a social scale. I mean, let's let's be honest here, right? Like all of this,
it's having the opposite effect on me, because everyone that's been doing it lately is making me like.
Well, we'll take it this way.
Less.
Right. Take it this way. So like, all you have to do is draw enough attention to a thing. Negative tension or negative attention is just as good as marketing as positive attention. Doesn't really particularly matter. So like if you're talking about like feel bad for the Palestinians or specifically the Gazans, right? Feel bad for them kind of thing. All you have to do is draw a lot of attention to it. Well, hell, there's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people protesting it all over the globe. They got the attention. So whether the propaganda is true or whether the claim is true or false doesn't matter. They got all the attention. So it's got some kind of effect. Now, what that'll turn out to, or how that'll manifest into some type of action, I have no clue.
Yeah,
I know a lot of
asymmetrical warfare, and they're fighting the propaganda war.
So, like, to answer your question, why do people do it? Because it's effective. At the end of the day,
same with wokeness. Like, both of these things are working on some very intelligent people that I would think would be immune from it or have the critical ability or faculties to be a little more discerning.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, you have to talk to Ron here. It gets a little bit different when you're getting down to an individual level of like, what would cause a person to support empathy over reason? Right? Like
emotional reasoning. That's exactly what it is. They're bypassing reason
because I can
emotion.
I can think of a lot of things like parenting, survivalism, where emotions will take place over rationality. So now, when you get in this society, it gets a little hairy for me.
Yeah, I mean, empathy is a really good thing. It's a really good tool to use to help temper and honestly strengthen reason. But empathy without reason is a dangerous thing. Operating on strictly on an empathic framework is just, I don't know. It's not useful, really. It just creates negative consequences in almost every situation.
And few of us were probably as educated about Israel as we had to become in the last 2 weeks. So this happened kind of out of nowhere. We all got hit with it, and we all ran to whatever sources we trust to make sense of it. And we're all working off of different inputs.
I personally don't think anything's going on there that's any different anywhere else in the world. Like, it's the same shit over and over and over and over. Other than the fact that...
Sorry, guys, I'm going to tap out. I may jump on later, but probably not. But I'll see you guys soon, though.
Okay, thanks for stopping by. It was good seeing you.
Yeah,
when you come back, be prepared to defend your little your kink fetish thing with the syrup poured all over you. We're gonna talk about this. That's a problem.
All right, duly noted.
Okay.
All right, see you.
All right, take care.
I mean, honestly, I've learned mostly. I mean, I've researched some things of my own, but most of my opinions have honestly been forged by the conversations that we've had here. Like we've had mostly, besides Jeff, it's been mostly pro-Palestinian people that have been on here, and they've done nothing but convince me that they're wrong. I haven't heard anything approaching a truly rational, like objective argument. Everyone's argument comes down to, but it's not nice to the Palestinians. It's mean. And it's war. I mean, I don't like war. I'm not a pro-war person, but at the same time, if you're in a war, fucked up shit happens. Like, what do you think? You think you're going to have a nice war? Like, Hamas didn't start a nice war. They started a very nasty war. So you think Israel needs to be polite? They need to do this. They need to ask permission before they bomb a building. I mean, what the fuck do you expect them to do?
They are holding Israel to the new modern standard of niceness, politeness, and concern for feelings and diversity,
Yeah,
inclusion, whatever.
I consider the standard of morals to be just complete bullshit. Most it's just talking points. Nobody in their right frame of mind would actually practice anything that they preach. So, like, if there's all of this empathy toward, okay, let's what you would apply for like Israel and Gaza, right? Like, if you're that type of person that you honestly, sincerely believe that they shouldn't be treated whatever way you believe that they're treated, right? Then that same concept would then apply. So for us, like within the United States, it would be the same concept of, okay, so colonizer bullshit. Say with the Native Americans, why wouldn't people then say, oh, well, the Native Americans were oppressed, and so all of these people that make these claims, why wouldn't they just give their houses to the nearest Native American person they could find?
Well, they do the land acknowledgments.
Oh, you mean the reservation kind of thing?
No, when like all the white people, when they have their meetings and stuff, they
Well,
open with.
They pointlessly pay lip service to the fact
Yeah.
that they're living on stolen land as though that
Yeah,
means something.
Right. So it's the concept of whatever that applies to Israel. All of the rest of the nations have done this at some given point in time. Like, we're all just talking about feel good morals and all this bullshit, when the reality is real world's never operated this way, ever.
Right.
And
like-
even if we believe this bullshit, we're never going to revert it back, ever.
It's just like whenever you hear someone like a Bernie Sanders or someone out there preaching about socialism and stuff like that while being millionaires or billionaires or whatever, and then if someone asks them like, well, okay, so you have all this money, why don't you redistribute your wealth to the poor people and stuff like that and live your morals? They're like, well, I shouldn't have to do that. Like that's I'm fighting for systematic change, and therefore I'll do it. I'll happily do it as soon as the government decides to raise the tax rates on everyone. They don't actually believe they don't believe in anything on a principled basis. They just want to see everyone suffer the same. That's all it comes down to. It's equity.
And most of the leftists that have been on the show the past week have come from wealth.
Oh, every one of them. And normally that doesn't really piss me off that much because I kind of expect it, but I have to admit, it started annoying me a little bit more with Liberty and Rowan. I still like them. I think they're great guys. I have great conversations. I'm not trying to talk shit, but the privileged, wealthy position they come from, especially talking to someone like me and Jeff and stuff who are not wealthy. I mean, I am literally poverty. I literally live off foods. If not for food stamps and government assistance for rent and stuff like that, I would be living on the street right now. I wouldn't be doing a podcast with you guys. The only thing that's keeping me afloat is handouts and shit like that. So I am as poor as a person can pretty much be without being on the street, and like it's just barely above that. And it just to hear these privileged rich people start going on about, well, we should do this. I don't know. I don't dislike those people, and I mean that.
No,
but
I like them
hearing
very
that
much.
shit
I like
really
both of
does get to me after a while. I mean, fine, be rich, be from wealth, but don't like sit there and make up this moral grandstanding about it. I just hate that shit.
I've never had the experience to be. I've been around wealthy people, but I don't know what kind of guilt I would feel if I were in that position.
I
don't
have
think I
been well
would.
off before. I have been
Like,
well
I have
off.
family members that are wealthy, and I don't feel guilty for them, and they don't feel guilty.
Right, yeah, I have been well off enough. I've worked hard and gotten to places in my life where I was definitely, or at least pretty close to middle class, and enough money where I could give to charity, kind of thing, at a couple places in my life. But I never felt that kind of guilt. But these people are from far more wealth than that. I
Yeah,
think.
and it's also significant that they're like second or third generation wealth. Like somebody
Right.
like my people have come from poverty into wealth, and I think that's a different experience than growing up with it and seeing your parents grow up with it. and possibly generations before that.
I agree.
No one that came from poverty into wealth is going to suddenly start to feel guilty and feel like, oh, they shouldn't have this wealth. The poor oppressed people.
They might be more likely to actually do charity type things. They might be more likely to actually try to help people around them in more direct, actionable ways. But not, it's like the champagne socialism shit is so annoying because they have no desire to take the wealth they have and actually do anything to directly affect anyone's life around them. The only thing they want to do is whine and complain and advocate for all this bullshit so that systematically the system will change long after they're dead, hopefully, because they don't actually want to have to give up have their wealth redistributed. It's just safe for them. They're in a position where there's very little chance that any of these things will actually cause change, but they get to virtue signal and act all pious. I don't think they think this way, by the way. I don't think that they actually consciously think this way, but it's the way their subconscious is acting as a dealing mechanism in order to make them feel okay with being wealthy. They justify their unearned wealth by taking these positions that ultimately would bankrupt them, but then again, it never will happen. So it's safe for them. It's a champagne socialist shit, you know?
Damn, I have a much darker view about it. I consider it like begging for authority, begging for power. Because really that's what they're trying to do, is that they're asking for you to give up any authority and power you have and give it to them.
How so?
So
Moral authority?
Positions, say positions within government, positions within, this is all political, almost 9 out of 10. But those government positions don't have to be at a nationalistic level. They can also exist at a local level, like your local town board, your local school board, your local PTA meeting, whatever it is. It always goes in this case where they're trying to get you to give up you to give to them, most specifically within an authoritative role.
Like
the
when
expert
celebrities
class or the managerial class.
Yeah.
Like when celebrities, instead of donating some of their millions upon billions of dollars to a charity, instead they go out and make some sort of like GoFundMe campaign and like be like, why don't all of you just donate your money to this? Oh, we're gonna put in $10,000. See, we've seeded the pot. Even though they pledge that, doesn't mean they actually make it. They depend on the guilt that they're generating from all of the poorer people to give their money to it, right? It's like that kind of shit.
To a point, yeah. See now, like if you had $20,000, right, like in a GoFundMe thing, it's technically enough money for a decent lobby thing. Mostly for a political campaign on a local level. You could do all kinds of things with it.
I was specifically thinking of the Maui fire thing recently, where like it was like Oprah and like The Rock or somebody,
Yeah,
who both
yeah.
own like acres and acres of land there, and instead of actually, they could have directly, without even affecting their bottom line, barely even making a dent in their bank accounts, could have easily made all of those people whole in their own neighborhoods. But instead, what do? They launch some charity run by some charity vampire ghouls that make like, you know, $500,000 a year to run this charity kind of shit. And like, it's just, the whole thing was just a bunch of bullshit. It was just begging for money. They saw an opportunity, and maybe their hearts were in the right place. Maybe theirs were, but the charity they were shilling for certainly wasn't. So, you know, it's just, it's laughable. Like, I hate it. Anytime I hear a celebrity telling me like, we need you guys to give, we need you to give. Like, you give. You have the money.
Yeah,
If
you
you
have
care
way
about
more
this,
than I
give.
have to give.
Like, why do you want the $10 out of my bank account that might, you know, feed my kid next week? But no, you keep your money. You have, you know, millions upon millions of dollars. You probably have 200 million in your bank. I'm not talking about stocks. I'm talking about liquid assets. You probably have that. You could donate half of that, and you'll still be fine. You'll live on that for the rest of your life, and you won't even miss it. You'll make more money tomorrow on your fucking show or whatever. But
Well,
no, we're gonna go beg the regular people.
those two specifically, I believe it was like a publicity stunt. Oprah's on her way out as Rock is on his way down. Yeah, it's just kind of like oh hey, I'm relevant still kind of thing.
I mean, Oprah's still like what? She's one of the wealthiest people in the world. The
Yeah,
Rock
she's
isn't.
pretty
I'm
damn.
sure he's not. I'm sure he's not doing too bad. I mean, she owns like. And just, I don't understand how that mediocre talk show host became like one of the most wealthy media magnates of all time. It's ridiculous. Her network sucks. I don't understand who even watches it.
Oh,
I don't.
You talking
because
about
they're
the O network?
Yeah,
yeah, they're
the OWN network, which is the most hilarious name for a celebrity TV network ever.
well, Oprah didn't. Oprah got started obviously in film and kind of like grew herself up, but she took most of her money and then started investing in businesses. She owns a lot of revenue streams.
Right.
So I mean, that like she's good at business. I'll give her that.
And I have no problems with being good at business. And I'm not saying that if you're good at business and you get a lot of money, then you owe it to people to give it away. I don't think that way. But I think if you're going there shilling, begging poor people to give money to this cause or this organization, then you got to put your money where your mouth is way before, you know?
I consider it a real common thing. This is like across the board, everywhere. Every time you turn the internet on, that's what this is. It's
Yeah.
maybe
they consider it that they're donating their celebrity. That's what they're doing. They're donating their celebrity so other people donate. It's stupidest fucking idea I've ever heard. If I ever became wealthy, if I ever just randomly won a lottery or something, which I don't play the lottery, so that'll never happen. But if I stumbled across a drug kingpin stash of a few $1 million, something like that, I can guarantee you that, well, would I just go hand that money out to people in the street randomly? No, I wouldn't do that. I would try to invest it. I would try to do something useful for it. I would probably do something like insane, like try to start the school thing I was talking about. Like I would try to do something that actually educated people. I mean, but my intentions would honestly be something besides owning it. I can't even imagine if I got really rich. I can't even imagine wanting to buy a mansion. I don't even understand what's
Oh
the
Lord! Oh my God! No, that's so much.
what's the appeal of that? What's the appeal of a super yacht? That does not appeal to me at all. I just don't get it.
Yeah, basically. So like, let's just say you had like 5-6 hours of free time in your day. That's it's a great way to burn your time, right? Like all of that cleaning, you've got to scrub, you've got to sweep, mop.
Yeah, because I'm sure they do all of it.
You mean the maid does? The maid that does that? The team of maids you have doing it? Yeah.
I don't know. I'm still a little confused. I think maid service is actually in great decline. I have to look into that one. I swear I think the industry is in decline, but I'm not 100% sure. Let me go look at. Next time I talk, I'll have that answer.
Well, it's in decline in your home for sure.
Oh, yeah, definitely in
I
mine.
can see why you would think that.
Now, yard worker.
Sorry.
Like,
The Adderall is making me antsy. I keep feeling the need to get up and clean stuff.
oh well, in that case, you want to fly this way? Like I'll fly you out. Like my floors need to be cleaned and good sweeping and mopping. Like I mean, if you need something to keep you busy, I mean, I got plenty.
If you were willing to pay me enough to make that worth my while, I probably would do it because I have no streams of income right now. So, yeah.
Well, so the beer is really cheap here too. It's I think like 48 cents for a can of beer, and it's not that pussy American beer either, right? It's not that 4.7%.
I can't drink beer, so
I don't drink beer. I'd get in so much trouble.
With a coffee? Are you a coffee man?
Oh, you
no
mean like
water, but so what's the tap water like?
You'd pretty much rather just go ahead and just drink E. coli and be done with it, right? Like, I mean,
well, I would need plenty of
I've heard
bottled
that
water.
the water there is bad.
It'd be the same thing.
And you'd have to clear it with wife.
Yeah.
Is it different? Would your mother kill you if it was a
Oh, right.
man-made?
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about the mother. Yeah. Yes. If it's a male maid, would that change the?
For my mom, no. For my wife, probably yes.
Oh, okay. So you'd still have mama.
Yeah.
You can show her my picture. I'm not a very seductive man, so there's very little chance.
Oh, I wouldn't give a shit anyways. I'll sell her to you for a good price.
Oh,
Well, you don't have to worry about that because I have no money. So
You haven't sold her so far.
That's because there's not enough wealthy Chinese businessmen running around yet. I'm working on it though. My marketing sucks. That's the problem.
you're working on wealthy Chinese businessmen running around.
Oh well, here in Vietnam, right? Like that's the thing, right? If you have a child or a wife to sell, that's usually the big buyers in this area. They have that whole
why would wealthy Chinese businessmen want to buy a wife and a child?
Because there's so that problem within China, there's not enough women going around, so they're basically going to other countries and importing it. So like mail order brides, real big thing there.
Wow.
They had
Sounds disturbing.
this last year they had something like 1,400 kidnappings.
So that's where the human trafficking is. That's the end point for human trafficking, then.
Yeah. There's all kinds of weird shit right here.
Yeah.
That's just in 1 year. That's not even counting like the whole like mail order bride thing, which I still haven't. I'm not entirely sure if those numbers are accurate, but they're pretty nasty. Like they're up there.
I just understand why someone would want a male order bride. You think you'd want a female one?
Well, they would. They want.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
No, I got it after a minute.
Yeah.
So it's a thing. Why, Jeff? Are you looking for something to spend your time? Is that why you're interested?
Oh, I got plenty of things to spend my time on. No, I'm not. I wouldn't go to Vietnam.
Oh, I don't blame you. If I was in your shoes, I wouldn't do it either.
I wouldn't trust myself in another country. I don't even want to go to Canada. Definitely not Mexico. Like I don't think I'm
not gonna lie.
US.
Canada's pretty cold.
Only places outside of this country I really want to visit. I'd really like to visit Carcassonne in France and Ireland, and that's about it.
Damn, I haven't been to Ireland. Yeah, I don't know about that. A lot of people. Back in the 70s, that's where we all used to go. The Americans, before the 1970s, or right up to that point, we used to go crazy. Americans were crazy about going to Europe. Huge numbers. But after the whole hijacking aircraft and shit like that in the 70s, it dropped off real bad, and it's just never going to go back up.
Oh.
I grew up on movies about like this movie The Local Hero and other movies, The Quiet Man with John Wayne and stuff. Like they're all filmed in these gorgeous Irish hills and all this stuff like that. And I just always had that image in my head. I'd just like to see it in person. I know it's probably nothing like that. And Carcassonne, I have a mini obsession with the whole tale of the Cathars and like the whole tale behind that whole thing, and I'd love to see that place just for my own eyes. But I don't have a lot of like international travel destinations I've ever been all that interested in, to be honest.
If you get a chance, just pick up some flyers on cruises, that go to Europe, that kind of thing. That's actually kind of popular for Americans. It's usually predominantly retirees, but like they'll go off for like 14 days and they'll stop at like 5-6 different countries or whatever. They'll get off the boat every once in a while and go see a castle or some shit. I would consider that kind of interesting.
I actually looked it up not that long ago when we thought our disability money was going to come in, so we get like a pretty big chunk. If we thought maybe we'd take a vacation or something, and I looked up the prices on trying to go over there or something like that. Right now, airfare is so cheap. Like if I had the money, we could have done like a week or 2 week trip out there to the that area of France and stuff like that. The airfare alone wasn't even going to be like $1,200 round trip, and what hotel and stuff. I mean, it was really cheap. I was shocked. I thought that would be like a $10,000 trip. It was more like $3,000. I was really surprised.
Yeah. Cruise ships might actually still run a little bit cheaper. Other than doing like an airplane tickets and then having to book hotels and shit like that.
As long as you don't mind stomach diseases and stuff, right?
I've never been on a cruise either.
It's okay. So for one, airports suck ass. I don't care if you've got kids. An airport is literally the dread of hell, right? Like it's just not really appealing because it's all that hurry up and wait game. If you're doing the cruise ship kind of thing, you can kind of like go at your own leisure kind of thing. So any type of like thing pops up. I don't know, the kid needs a diaper change or some shit at the last moment. You always generally have plenty of time to play around with that. So I would consider that to be a lot more convenient, right? But I mean, it is a slow process. You are on a boat; it moves a lot slower. But it's kind of like, yeah, you're walking around. You might get a cabin, something like that, fairly nice. You can go swimming. They've got all kinds of weird shit, right? How they even some of them even have like nanny cares kind of thing. They're a little weird, but I mean, you get like all kinds of options that come with it.
My wife would love the cruise option, but the only thing is, like, I'd actually want to go spend a few days in that part of France and stuff like that, so that really wouldn't work for me. But it's probably never going to happen. So it's not like talking about this doesn't really make any difference. Like, the chances of us actually getting the money to and actually going on a trip like that are very slim. So,
Ooh, Christian in a France. Yeah, I'll just make you aware of one little weird law, like a Christian necklace, like a cross. You can wear
Yeah.
it, but it has to be tucked in under your shirt. You can't actually wear it out in the open.
Oh, see, no, I would already be fighting with them. That's why I can't go anywhere.
why?
The minute I run into some stupid little rule or something they don't have in the United
I don't wear
States,
one.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, so basically, France has a problem with too many different, like people call multiculturalism, but for them it's like multi-religionism. They tend to have a lot of weird conflict within different religions, and so their solution was to create up a whole bunch of laws that basically said you can't do it in public, kind of bullshit. And if you can't see it, there's nothing to attack. That was apparently their mindset with it.
I bet
So
tourists do that shit all the time anyway, though.
yeah, well, at one time, France got a little irky there and decided to start giving tourists, like, as soon as they'd step out of the airport, they'd start giving tourist tickets over it. And it was like, oh, you want to be dicks? Department of State had a shit fit about it. Said, you can do your ticket thing, but you have to actually notify the travelers that this is a law kind of thing, because nobody would think about that. Like, if you're coming from the U.S., you would definitely not think about your little cross necklace being a problem. That's
Definitely,
been a
that's
thing.
good to know.
That's why I
Good to
love
know.
America.
That's been a thing for like a decade and a half kind of thing, except for that one. I think it was that one summer. No, it was one spring. They had that thing where the assholes cops were just waiting there, write tickets as soon as you exited the airport. He said Department of State had a shit fit because 3 of them were U.S. citizens, and we had an absolute bullshit fest over that one. It was like, you can't do this.
Good.
I mean, how could we stop them though from the United States? It's their country, their laws, right?
We got influence.
Well, Americans are a little weird. We don't travel a lot, like in comparison, the U.S. traveling or U.S. citizens traveling compared to other countries, right? We're minuscule numbers, but we are absolutely the most dangerous things globally. Because it's a double-edged cutting sword. Either the traveler is going to have a really good time, and then they're going to get on their little blogs and write good things about the travel thing, and they're going to boo it up, or it's going to become a political nightmare. They're going to do something like probably trivially, still illegal but stupid, land themselves in jail over some shit, or get some fine over some stupid shit. They're going to do the same thing. They're going to come back home. They're going to write like, look at this bullshit and all that. And that's negative attention to their country. There's a very big difference between, say, somebody from Mexico or somebody from say, even Canada writing a blog about France versus somebody in the United States writing a blog about France. Everybody pays attention to the Americans. It's a horrible marketing system that we have that just dominates the shit out of everybody else.
I guess I can see that.
Some people might call it privilege. I just consider that that's the thing.
American privilege.
Yeah, if you're in the news constantly like we are, that's just a thing.
I mean, look at all the Canadians and foreigners we know and we've talked to on these channels or listened to and stuff, and all of them know so much about our politics, and we don't know anything about theirs. Barely.
Pretty
A little
much,
bit of
yeah.
Canada. A little bit about Canada, but they all know everything about our politics. Like, there is definitely a worldwide, to a degree, an obsession with the way the U.S. operates, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is I said Americans are dangerous when we travel. We have quite literally a random citizen just has a lot of power within the travel sphere of other countries. We can either build it up and promote it or absolutely destroy it.
If that's what privilege is, I don't mind having it. Like I'm
right.
very
I think it's
proud and
like-
happy. I'm happy what we
I'm
built here in America. I'm
pretty
happy
good
to
with
be a
this
part of
privilege
it.
we got. Yeah.
I'm gonna own my privilege.
Except for, just to be fair, right? Like, this isn't a thing we created. It's because we're so popular, apparently, globally, that everybody watches. They give us this
And we're
authority.
popular because of the country we created.
Yeah, they give us this privilege. So, fuck it. You know, that's what.
Yeah, I know it's one of the most fucked up things when you see these people in our own country talking about how horrible and racist and everything the United States is, and yet, and like they'll throw it in other countries to be like, oh, we're not as good as this country, not as good as that country. But you could point out so many things every of those countries they point out that they would not want to live under, like they would be very unhappy with, and like it's just like all of those countries pretty much want to be us for the most part. Most of them, not all of them. I mean, especially smaller countries like Scandinavian countries. Those countries are very small and they're very adapted to the people that live there, and they've generated and cultivated a culture around that small, almost a community more than a country in some cases. You know, like any Scandinavian country like Switzerland and even Germany and stuff. They're rather tiny compared to the country we have here, population-wise, land-wise. You know, I mean, compared to what we have, I mean, I can see how those countries are very happy being that country. But a lot of these other countries that have not figured shit out, most of those people would just that's the reason they come here. They don't come here because they think it's gonna suck. You know, like
Pretty much.
all the migration. What's that?
Pretty much. That's what it boils down to.
I mean, all the migration and everything. They come here because this is the place to be, not because no one's got a gun to their head telling them to immigrate to the U.S. They're risking things. They're spending all of their money to get here, and yet the people in this country are like, "Oh, our country sucks. We don't have universal health care." And I wish we did have universal health care. I wish we did have a lot of things we don't have, but it doesn't mean that overall our principles and the way our country is founded isn't special in some degree. And it seems like there'd be more countries that try to copy it, but I think most of them see that and they're like, "Well, we can't control it enough." You know, I don't think they see the fact that it's not the sort of thing that can be controlled the way they want to, so they don't really try to replicate it.
It's usually a bunch of damn kids giving their opinion about shit they have no experience with, never been anywhere. Yeah, fuck them. I usually
don't
ignore
remember being like that when I was a kid.
Well, now it's a little bit
We didn't have
different.
politics shoved in our face either. Like,
Yeah,
we didn't
we didn't
care
do that
about
either.
at our
yeah,
age.
we really didn't.
Yeah, we didn't care about politics at all. Like this idea of like political groups, like on Discord or something. This is really a brand new thing to us. We didn't care.
Gay rights. I wasn't obnoxious about it at all. I was trying to.
We were too busy drinking beer, chasing girls, or doing whatever the hell our thing was. We just wasn't a thing.
I mean, if your entire life is mostly spent online, it's not any wonder how that happened, though.
Yeah, because even as an
Exactly.
adult, like the last 3 or 4 years, I've become way more political than I've ever
Exactly,
been.
me too.
Social media.
It took COVID to make me political. I didn't give a shit about
same.
politics.
Well,
Honestly,
Trump,
I knew
too.
about them, but I didn't really give a shit.
I slightly reversed it, though. I used to be a lot more political in my younger years, say my 20s. Now, no, I particularly don't care. Every time I hear something, I'm like, I've seen something like that before. This will get ugly. I don't give a shit.
I
We
think
talk
that's
about
where
politics on here.
But it would be like,
even here, I get burned out on it. Like the Israel stuff,
Yeah,
I
me too.
pretty much know where I stand and don't really have much more to say about it.
Yeah, I think I had a few thoughts after rewatching that Zathura Serpent video the other night, but that was pretty much. I mean, between the conversation we've had on here and like rewatching that video, that pretty much solidified every stance I was even questioning. Like I don't have much to say because most of the time, when I'm having conversations about things, it's not because I want to state my correct opinion and make sure everyone knows how correct I am. I'm usually trying to figure things out. I have conversations to explore ideas, to try to learn
same
about them
here.
and try to have a better idea about it. And now that we've had these conversations and I've had this and had my own viewpoints challenged and challenged other people's viewpoints and back and forth, unless somebody comes up with something radically different that I'd never thought of before, I have nothing else to say about it. I think I've made my peace with what it is. I mean, when it comes right down to it, my final word on it is that, yes, it sucks what's going to happen to those people. At the same time, if Hamas and the people in charge of Gaza really cared and gave a shit, then they shouldn't have done what they did. And it's on them. Everything that happens to the Gazans is on Hamas. That's what it comes down to. That's my last thing to say about it. I don't think there's anything else to say.
Oh, I absolutely want to have the moral argument. There's just there's very few people that are actually making or basing their opinions on a moral claim. The vast majority of people that are like have these talking points, they're just basically playing lip service to, feel sorry for people. There are, however, a handful of people that literally buy into their own moral stances.
Well,
Those are the people I absolutely want to have a debate with.
stick around the show because they pretend like they're coming from moral positions.
Yeah.
I love moral stances because I can instantly eat them up faster than shit. Morals are okay. Here, I'll give you an example. Let's say we have a discussion about marriage, right? We'll bring up the concept of like gay marriage, right? Say you and I have like a different stance on this. You're pro, I'm anti, right? So the first question would be, what exactly is a right? That would be my first question.
You're asking it for real?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just trying.
I believe it or not, I kind of am with Andrew Wilson on this.
Right. So the whole concept of a right
Not
is
on
basically,
gay marriage, but on what a right is.
well, yeah, like all across the board. So the idea of a right is really just a fiction. It'd be the same It'd be the same concept of the Constitution. I'm a big fan of the Constitution, but I believe that the Constitution is a desired standard that we want for daily operation, right? This idea of building the idea up for rights being a thing, absolutely not a thing. Voting rights, they're nullified the moment that you pull up a felony conviction. Then in most states, you even have to go back and reapply for a restoration of rights for that. Your right to bear arms, again, pick up a felony conviction, you'll have that revoked. Everything that you think you have some type of claim on, people are basically conflating morals and rights as the same thing. But the object of like when you can nail them all the way down to like the difference between right and wrong, completely subjective. Just, this makes me feel good. Well, fuck what you feel. I don't give a shit. Nor should anybody else.
I think there are like certain, at least in our civilization, maybe Western, but I think maybe Eastern too. Like there's certain things that people would universally agree. Indiscriminate killing, incest, maybe rape, stuff like that would be moral lines for almost all people.
Right, but for very different reasons. I like to call them survival reasons, right? So here, give me an example. This is the secular view that I shore up, basically. The thing that stops me from going out and killing my neighbor and then killing another neighbor, right, is the thing that stopped, or it stopped because at some point I'm going to be perceived as a threat by other people. They're going to say, hey, look, they killed this guy. He killed this guy over here. What stops him from killing me? So they're going to come after me and get rid of me because I'm a threat that have actively, done something to destroy another person. It's all survivalism. And the reason why we have these concepts of standards is because we don't want, as a society, we generally don't want to, we don't want each of us trying to eat each other. Something has to kind of like stop us from doing it, but there's nothing physically to stop us from eating it. Eating each other. We could go out in the streets, kill each other all day long. Nothing's really going to prevent that. So we have to have some type of ideology or an agreement. This is where I personally think that Christian virtues really dominate, at least within our culture. It doesn't imply that they're exclusive, like Christianity has like an exclusive on virtues. I'm just saying that that's culturally what we generally kind of have a reformed view on virtues. That's the thing. Something has to be there ideologically to pull us together, stop us from like destroying each other. Because when we boil it down, we're not really good people to each other. When we take off the mask and I'm a good person and all of this virtue signaling, well, we're actually not really each other.
I'm a good person, and I try to be a good person, but I can be a very nasty, hateful, demon beast,
as everybody can be.
Like I definitely have a very unattractive,
as everybody does,
animalistic side to me.
Yeah, as everybody does. This is the part that nobody seems to address. But then again, why would we? Why we're like, I mean, I've killed people. Well, like, why would I, put that out there, kind of thing? Nobody's really gonna demonstrate the ugly side of the things they've done in life. It is what it is.
Right. Yeah, I try to suppress it too and put forth my best side.
So we all
have you actually killed people?
Yes, 4.
Like in
like militarily?
Military? Two on duty and 2 off.
Oh.
Wow.
Strangely enough, both events were actually my fault. I didn't follow like a procedure, and dumbasses did stuff that shouldn't have done in the first place. But had I followed procedure, that wouldn't even have been an option for them. So technically my own fault.
How do you feel about that?
How
old were you?
Crap. How long ago was that? Several years ago. You kind of, at first, so 2 of them were, I'm not really good judges of ages within different cultures, but they were quite young. I was going to assume somewhere like late teens, maybe early 20s. That made me feel bad because of their youth. Plus, they were not armed. They didn't have a weapon. They were just trying to jump into a vehicle, and they got shot, I believe, killed for that. So kind of feel like
you're not sure of their ultimate fate.
We were shipped off pretty fast after the event. I was told that they were deceased, and I assumed so because one of the dudes got it in the neck. I don't believe he could have survived. If he could have, it would have been statistically an anomaly. I mean, shit happens. I would say the younger guys, that I kind of felt a little bad about. And, DOS, they made me feel like shit for not following procedure. Like, that's the thing that caused the whole fiasco in the first place. Had I remained in the vehicle, it wouldn't have even been an option.
I mean, obviously, don't know all the details. I can tell that you're at least sound like you're being rather human, and you understand that it was, you did what you could, but it probably shouldn't have happened, kind of thing. I can respect that.
Does it haunt you or like prey on your mind?
Not exactly. Every once in a while, maybe, like, a sense of guilt will pop in, but you're generally desensitized to most of it. But I guess that's why
there were 2 more. That was only 2. Oh,
yeah. Those were 2 at the same time, and another one was off duty, and that was, yeah. I don't feel bad about those shits. They can fuck off. Oh. They were after me, and I was after them. So I just so happened to have been off duty. Again, shouldn't have happened because we were obligated to not leave an area, and we did. That turned out ugly. So people saw foreigners and saw us as a target and decided they wanted a piece, and I was like, "Fuck you."
Things like that happen all the time, don't they?
Yeah, quite often.
I've always kind of been under the assumption that things like that happen really often, and you just don't hear about it because, But some people would say that oh, that's conspiratorial. But it just seems like that's the way the life is. I don't know. I don't know, so I mean, I don't assume, but.
Yeah, you get like groups of people. Just well, in my case, like individual. Technically, there was two of us both times. We always traveled in pairs, but I mean, like right. So like the circumstance being, I don't want to be a shut in a building or a specific location for very long. Fuck that. I'm not a prisoner. Right? I didn't do anything wrong, so I shouldn't be locked in. Want to go out and get a meal or get a haircut, kind of thing. You feel like you should walk down the street and do it. However, other people like, oh, you're a foreigner, you must be American. Oh, yeah. Oh shit, right? And people generally want to have a conflict.
They just because you're an
That
American.
So then there's a reason they're telling you to stay.
yeah. There's obviously a reason why they're telling you not to do these things. You just say, fuck it, I'm gonna do it anyways.
And you were an authoritarian, you said?
So I like to call myself a jackboot, and really, what an authoritarian is a representative of the mechanism of force.
Well,
So,
just
like,
because someone's an authoritarian doesn't mean they respect authority. I don't think those two things are necessarily
oh,
go hand in hand.
I respect my authority. I don't respect
Exactly.
anybody else's
That's what I
authority,
meant. That's
right?
what I
Yeah.
meant. That's what I meant.
It's basically like the concept of okay. So when we talked about rights, right? Like the thing that is the standard would be like say a law. That law has an enforcement mechanism of it. That mechanism is the thing that I support.
Okay.
So when I
you're using authoritarian differently than I would.
But I don't place so many limits on the concept of what ought be done because I reject any moral stances after that. Then again, to be fair, I reject most moral stances.
What's your
Yeah,
concept of morality?
pretty
Do
much
you think
have to.
morality doesn't exist?
I believe it's a damn. This is what sucks about being a secularist. Really sucks, right? So like, let's take a Christian virtue, celibacy, things like that, right? I consider this to be a virtue that ought be applied as a standard within society. And so there's your morals. That moment that you apply that ought to it, that's the moral stance. It
Okay.
ought be done because it's beneficial to society at large.
It makes sense to me.
But now the virtues, obviously the virtues that I adopt are clearly based on Christianity. I call it considerably like a culture view. I was raised up in a Christian family. My grandparents were Christian, blah, blah, blah. You take it all the way back. All I'm doing is replicating the same traditions that I was raised up with.
Well, most Christians, specifically Christian values, like ones handed down by Christ and like his various speeches and stuff like that, most of them are pretty common sense social contract kind of things. You get into some weird ones with like some Islam and some Jewish stuff where like not eating pork and shit like that, where it comes a little bit. Most of the stuff that Jesus actually talked about, and he didn't even put them forth as like commandments really. He just, except for like to love your God and love your neighbor as yourself. So I mean, I understand why if you're someone who just sees morals as something that's good for society, things that people ought to do in order to keep society functional, then it makes most sense that we would follow those kind of basic Christian tenets, because there's very few of them that are really all that weird or outside of what we consider considered to be
I'm what they call a consequentialist, or actually Andrew flat out called me this to my face. I'm a consequentialist. I support specific virtues because of the benefits that come with them. There's always, obviously there's some now there's also some downfalls that come with it. I just believe that the pros tend to outweigh the cons.
I really reject this idea that you have to be all consequentialist or all this or that, all that. I think about certain things you can have consequentialist type, viewpoints and narratives with, and I think you can have other viewpoints and narratives for other things. I don't understand like why people get locked into this mentality where you can only be one thing. I hate that.
Well,
I don't think they're saying you always have to be that one thing. I think they're just describing. It's a way of describing what people are.
I don't consider the label to be a negative thing.
I'm not saying it is. I just like get irritated, like because you're saying that there's some cases where being consequentialist can be bad and sometimes good, and then in those situations, I just am not a consequentialist. Whenever, it's because consequentialism, even though there might be things that might be considered consequentialist, it doesn't mean I consider the philosophy of mine.
Ah,
I
yeah,
just
yeah,
think
yeah.
I just
Yeah,
hate
most
that
people
people
don't
like
consciously
Andrew.
live out any sort of philosophy.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
but people like Andrew like to put those labels on you, and they're like,
Well,
"You're like this."
because in debate, they have more of a specific like
Right.
use and relevance than
I agree.
if you look over like the whole scale of a person's life.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. That's fair.
Keep in mind, like I'm very thick skinned, right? Like I don't think there's much that can be said to me that I would consider offensive. Mostly because I'm a sarcastic asshole, but the concept of getting back to like the idea of consequentialism, um, just to put this down here, think like in the idea of whatever moral stance that you hold, right? You will ultimately abandon it for something. The only real question is what's that thing that you would abandon it for? So an example, like say you oppose the idea of killing, right? You can justify killing, requires very little. If you're a parent, I find this the easy one. All you have to do is
Sure.
believe that there's a perceived threat against your child. Doesn't have to be real, doesn't have to, or like you don't have to know that it's real. It just has to be perceived as being real. Yeah, parents are quite dangerous creatures, right? And that'll justify a killing real quick, like.
It
So, right.
goes down to our primal instinct. Look at a mama bear. You might not
Right.
have any intention of trying to harm that baby bear, but it'll still rip you to shreds.
Right. So I mean, it's like, the consequentialism part. These are the ideas of like, if you're actively thinking about why you operate or why you believe one thing as opposed to another, it's you thinking of a justification to get there. Thus, the label, and it's a generalized thing, which is fine. And there's always exceptions. This is why I don't really like. To me, the labels. Yeah, they're labels. They kind of fit in certain ways. I just don't take offense to them. I don't even see a reason why.
I don't take offense to them either. I just find that viewpoint, that tendency to try to box people into some label or something, I find it really annoying. It doesn't really matter.
Ooh, categorization.
But that's
like
also how language works, though.
It's actually also.
I know. I'm talking about people, not language, though.
Yeah, but as people, we naturally
But
do
it's
that too.
ways of describing people.
And that's fine to describe someone like that, but they describe it to you, and then they expect you to be that.
Well, that's
what I
their
don't like.
problem. Like if they
Yeah,
can't,
that's
if they
their
can't be flexible with their categories.
I agree, and I wouldn't try to stop them from doing it. I still find it irritating. That's all.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm going to go on a big. I'm not going to go protest their ability to label me. I still think it's irritating that they do it. I think it's a very
use it
limited.
as like data about themselves. I don't care what people label me. That just gives me information about them. I've been labeled everything you could imagine in my life. I've never really had a reaction to it more than it revealing something about the person doing the labeling.
Well, that's a very healthy, good way of looking at it. I think that's a great way to look at it. So,
I absolutely love the labels because then I can use them as weapons too. So I mean,
Like I know what I have myself labeled. Those are the labels I care about. If somebody else wants to use a different label, it doesn't affect my understanding of myself.
Yeah, pretty much
they
it.
have the right to be ignorant.
the only times I'll ever really label myself is if it's like one of those things where people like more or less they ask those questions and it's just easier to give them an answer than not. But I just don't like to think of myself in categories like that. I don't know. Not that I don't like to. I just don't. I just don't think of myself that way. I don't think of myself as being, just like I said before, I don't think of myself as being a straight male type thing. I don't.
But you do.
Think
You
about
think
that
of yourself as being a father. You think of yourself as being a husband. You think of yourself as someone with ADHD. You think of yourself as.
Well, I'm aware of those things being true, but I don't think
you think
they
in
aren't.
when you think about
They aren't
yourself.
identities, though. They aren't identities that I.
Well,
I
no, none of us said it had to be an identity.
I didn't think you were. I was just explaining like that's where my revulsion or my irritation with like the identity culture comes from. I hate this concept that you are this way, so your identity must revolve around that. That's what so much leftist
who's
bullshit
telling
comes
you that,
from.
though?
No, I'm just saying that's what leftists do. Like if they're trans, their whole identity is being trans. What?
Yeah, they do say that, and I don't take any of it. I don't internalize any of it.
I know. I don't either. I wasn't even talking about you guys. I was just saying that just something that irritates me of people. That's all.
Oh.
Yeah, don't take it as a personal thing against you guys. It has nothing to do with you guys.
No, I'm not taking it personally at all. I'm just wondering why you're taking what leftists say.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
why-
not sure that
I'm not.
people. I'm not sure that society can function without these like categorizations.
You might be right.
Yeah, I don't. That's what most nouns are categories.
Now that brings up a real good question: is if society didn't have these type of categories, how would we function? And now I gotta. Damn it, Chris! You made me. Now I gotta sit down and think about
That's
this
what the
shit.
woke are put like no labels. Everybody should have their own essence or identity.
I mean, I get their
And
agenda. I'm
labels
trying
are
to figure out.
confining and restricting.
I just realized I've never thought about society without them. Like, what the hell would that be? I don't even. I personally don't think we can function without them. But that's just me.
I use them
speculating.
all the time, but I know exactly what I mean when I use them and what I'm referring to and why I'm using them, and I can be
Right.
flexible with them.
I don't have a problem with categories in general. I just hate when they get turned into this expected identity thing. I just don't think they should be attached to identity. I'm kind of against the
What's
idea
an
of identity
example
in
of
general.
that? Like being white or being gay?
Yeah.
Whatever.
What's
Whatever the case is.
Hold up. What's the problem with it, Daddy?
And when did
What?
What's the problem with the identification there, Dad?
Well, I mean, I am a dad. I just don't think of myself or identify myself in my mind as a dad, I guess.
Well, yeah. Most people don't. Most people don't like internalize like a group. They externalize it.
There
It's
are
how we
times when you
classify
do
people.
think of yourself as a dad, though.
I suppose. I don't really notice that as much, but
And
yeah, I guess you're right.
I use them mostly descriptively. When does description stop being description and become identity?
When people
Yeah, that one I
internalize
don't
and
know.
turn it into their whole thing, like everything they say, everything they do, everything they talk about is about that, like their whole, a political identity where like it's all about being a revolutionary, a socialist, or being a trans person, or whatever the case may
Or
be.
based
Their whole
interest.
personality revolves around that. I guess that's what I'm talking about. I don't know. Ignore me. I'm on Adderall and I'm talking at my ass. So.
Well, to be fair, it's kind of actually a good question. I got to spend some time and think about this one because I don't even know if there is an answer, but I got to try now.
I mean, yeah, that's all I'm doing.
We can. Oh, go ahead. We can take.
All
the
I'm
rest
doing
of
is
the
just
night
trying to
off
like
and
continue the
take time to
conversation.
think
I'm not trying to make any definitive statements about anything. I don't know anything. I have these conversations to learn, not to pronounce my intellectual superiority. I don't have any.
Well, no, I mean, let's be fair to this. I've never thought about this before, so now I've got to spend some time because I don't think I've ever taken the time to think about it.
Well, we
So
can
now I have
like take the night off and revisit it tomorrow.
Sure. Sounds like a good
Sure.
topic.
We're streaming tomorrow afternoon, and then we have the show afterwards.
Yeah, make sure get in touch with Emerald and find out like what time she wants to play therapist. And
oh right, let me see. I put a message into her. Let me see if she answers.
Just let her know I'm back home anytime she's ready to group me up. I'm ready to be psychoanalyzed.
Yeah, Chris. She said we can do Saturday.
Okay, we'll do Saturday for the movie. Tomorrow we'll just do True Detective and I guess psychoanalyze Joshua afterwards.
Are you available Saturday, Josh?
Of course, yeah.
I'm available whenever you want me, buddy.
Okay, well let's pick times. Well, let me find out from her what's a good time. But
you got me on
Saturday.
You got me on Discord. Don't waste your string with all that shit. But I mean, just let me know and I'll be there.
Like I haven't been wasting it before.
I'll be,
we talk about all this. We talk about bullshit like that all the time on stream, and I guess it seems like there's quite a few people that actually just listen to the whole thing. So I guess people find something in it. So
yeah, I did want to say like this
in the raw.
Somebody made a claim. It might have been you, Jeff. I'm not quite sure. So it was in the context of these like whatever groups you want to call them. I call them fetish groups, right? you said that the only thing that you really have to care about is a partner. So I was, of course, my sarcastic mind's kicking in, right? And I'm thinking about the spanking thing. And I'm sitting here like, okay, if I'm into being spanked, right, I don't necessarily need a partner to be spanked.
I can't speak to spanking specifically, but to me, it would help. I mean, I guess you could have solo fetishes, and I'm sure there are, but to me, it's enhanced when there's a partner to participate and experience it with. In general,
then I'm gonna be like Chris here and start to get into like details and questions that I'm probably not gonna get answers for. But like, if it is the case that I'm I'm into being spanked, right? Like, there's ways you could probably jerry rig up a contraption to spank you, right?
Spanking machines, I'm sure. But how sexy and exciting is that compared to a real person?
Hell if I know. Like, I have no clue.
It does seem
My
like a
whole
lot of
sex
that
life is
fetish would
porn.
come
Like,
from the.
every one of my fetishes are solo right now, and they have been for like over a decade.
Or just
So
solo,
it is
or not
possible,
solo?
but that falls very short of like getting to enact them with an actual person.
Yes,
It's like a substitute or a placeholder.
completely agree that they're two very, very drastically different things. I guess the question is well, shit, I don't know. Now I need to think about that one now. But I'm going to formulate some questions eventually about that. But I'm now in Chris's shoes, where I'm kind of a little curious about a couple things now that I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I'll have to formulate the questions.
Oh well, good. I like that.
Yeah, but I need some time to think, because yeah, it really comes down to like if you want a specific answer, you have to like formulate a specific question, and I'm not sure I'm capable of doing that, but I'm going to give it a shot here.
All right.
Well, we have some threads to follow up on. I think that's great, and
Yeah,
really enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been good. I swear to God, Jeff, I didn't intend to come on and just like insert myself in the stream. I really had that one thing. I had that eyes wide shut thing. That was the only thing I had to say, and I was going to get off the stream after that. I didn't mean to do this, but I'm sorry. So I apologize if that was.
I told
against the plan.
you. You said that earlier. Like I'm going to come on and just listen. And what did I say? We said that. I said no, you're not. I knew you're not doing anything.
You can kick me off in the future. Just kick me off in the future. Don't worry about it.
I'm not going to kick you off of the stream.
But anyway, I really do think that Eyes Wide Shut, like redubbing that with that would be hilarious. Where he's being reprimanded for not getting consent forms signed. I think that'd be hilarious. Maybe not. Yeah. It might not be funny. I could try it though. Anyway,
it could be funny. I'm gonna pull that off. I'm gonna try that.
Yeah, I'd have to write it really well, but I'm a pretty good writer. It's one thing I'm usually good at.
Yeah, I'm gonna write up a contract with my wife, see if I can screw her out of some fine print stuff here. I'm definitely gonna work on that one too. That could be fun.
You call that a post-nup? Is that what that is? Like,
well, I don't know. It'd be like a contract about dishes or doing the floors or something like that. I'll think of something, right? I just more or less have to think about what.
I know what that's called. That's called a what do you call it? A divorce. That's what that's called.
He might have a point here. Is this the couple's version of the fuck around and find out?
Kind of sounds like it to me.
Well, we can find all about it Saturday.
This is true.
Emerald goes to work on.
All right.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to this. If she comes out with anything other than you're a complete asshole that should throw yourself off.
You don't sound like an asshole. You sound more like the passive. I don't want to say victim, because you put yourself in this situation and you're voluntarily in it. But you sound like more the passive receiver of all of this.
Yeah. Why don't you just go ahead and call me a masochist? Be done with it, right? Like I run toward pain and misery.
Are you a sadomasochist?
I don't think so. I don't know.
I think he is rhetorically, but I don't know about physically.
I don't know. I guess I'm gonna save that for her, right? Like this is her determination thing.
I don't know. It was gonna be a group effort. It's gonna be a group collaboration.
Oh yeah, yeah. You all can jump on
So
board.
that's one of the things we'll explore is what
Okay.
your level of sadomasochism.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I've ever really thought about it, and I'm gonna try to like not
And
think about
like
it. Jared.
being a sadomasochist, it shows up very early, and it shows up in fantasies and impulses. And so if you haven't experienced the internal markers of it, you may not be.
Well, see, I've never fantasized about anything masochistic or sadomasochist or anything like that, but I've certainly proven to myself in life that I definitely have done a lot of things that would suggest I'm a masochist. But I've never fetishized it or fantasized it. I get no sexual thrill from it, but I've apparently done a lot of things in my life.
Well, you make a good point, because I think there's sadomasochism, and then there's the erotic sadomasochism that adds the sexual thrill to it.
Yeah.
So I think people can behave in masochistic ways and not necessarily get a sexual thrill from it, but they do get some kind of payoff from it. Like he's getting some kind of payoff for whatever position he's in with his wife right now.
Yeah, see, I would more consider myself like a sadist, right? It
He's
just
attaining
fails quite often, right? Yeah.
A failed sadist. That's interesting.
Yeah. A failed sadist, meaning like I have some intention to get my own, pleasure out of that fails, that it ultimately causes my misery, right?
Well,
like
let's end on this, because this will set us up for Saturday. Are you happy in your marriage?
I think so.
Okay, we'll explore that too.
I think he is. He's just a very sarcastic, jokey person.
And your happiness level.
Yeah,
so we'll start there.
This will be interesting.
Okay.
All right, guys.
All right.
I will talk to you tomorrow, Jeff. I talk to you next time you're on.
Yeah, I have it set for, I think, 3 o'clock your time.
3 o'clock, yeah, that's what I saw. All right.
Yep, we'll catch up. Take care, guys.
Okay,
bye.
Good. Take care. Whew. I think I'm going to need some music to end this. Something peaceful. What's that song I like?
Did one of the ones you get downloaded, did you get the one that was called Start? So that's a good, like, chill one.
No.
And
I think the nice peaceful one I like a lot is Indie. One that sounds kind of green poppy.
Yeah. I like this is probably the best track I ever made. This and Yodo. This is like one of the only tracks I ever made where I knew exactly what I wanted to do and it actually sounded that way. So it was nice.
Thanks for watching. It's 4 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours.
And we did like 2 or 3 hours early.
2 hours earlier, 4 hours on, 6 hours earlier. See you later.
Take care, everyone. I'm pretty exhausted. I'm going to go wind down for the night. See you tomorrow.